viime vuosina isojen muutosten kourissa. Ensin oli koronapandemia, sitten Venäjä hyökkäsi Ukrainaan. Näistä muutoksista huolimatta Eurooppa on nyt yhtenäisempi kuin koskaan. Tämän solidaarisuuden tunteen siivittämänä nyt on loistava hetki keskustella siitä, mikä on suomalaisten paikka Euroopassa ja mikä on EUn paikka maailmassa. Turussa järjestetään jälleen elokuussa Eurooppa-foorumi, jossa pohditaan Suomen ja EUn asemaa osana muuttuvaa kansainvälistä järjestystä. Vuosi 2022 on Euroopan nuorten teemavuosi, joten olenkin täällä Turussa keskustelemassa nuorten kanssa, miltä heidän silminsä vaikuttaa tämä Euroopan muuttuva tilanne. EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelevat siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kun Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU perustettiin aikanaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EU on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No, mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen, ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen, ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjän öljystä ja fossiilisista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä, ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
Tällaisia ja monia muita kiinnostavia keskusteluja käydään elokuussa Eurooppa-foorumissa Turussa.
Hyvää huomenta ja
A very good morning and welcome to this discussion session. Let's all have a nice seat and take your coffee cup. If you don't have coffee yet, please do it.
mä olen Meri.
My name is Merines. and explaining questions of agricultural questions for young people. MTK, Central Union of Agricultural Producers and Forest Owners. We've been involved for 10 years in the organization of the seminars in different forms, and perhaps there was a point for us to take up a historic review for you, to give you some best highlights of the discussions and go deeper into those other discussions which took place in the previous years. But today we have a new approach. This is a thematic year for young people in Europe. Do you know that? Well, now you know it. And we are celebrating that thematic year today. If we first think of the 10 years, and as we've been organizing this event, with the exception today, I thought we will be talking not that much about politics. This is an exception. Let's see where our discussion leads us. But today, the point is to speak about the expectations of young people, to talk about entrepreneurship, to talk about identity. We'll talk about dreams, scares, fears, and we will also speak about the young people's expectations and how they meet your everyday life and your reality. And we hopefully dig deeper into the root questions that we have to solve in order to get people who will take over the companies or even start up new companies and create a new culture for business for all of us. Therefore, today we will be talking about a spark of entrepreneurship. How will that arise? And how young people have their dreams and images, how well that meets the everyday life and reality. For not to only mention research data, we have to sort of reflect the reality to something. And today we have Henrika Konki from the Northwestern Finland Youth representative from the team, and I would like to hear from you things. And we also have Tero Sarkala here, who is a member of the board of the local section of MTK, and also Krista Ingo from the Swedish-speaking Central Union, and being advisor and also in charge of young producers. So with these three persons, we'll be talking about entrepreneurship. What does that mean in everyday life? Here in Finland, as we meet new people, we typically want to have a dual approach. First, where do you come from? And the second point is what you do. And at that point, not other questions are raised, but hopefully we will talk about the loveliness of the personalities. But what do you answer when you have been asked these questions? What do you do for living? Starting by that, Henrika, could you take the floor? Yes, I'm Henrika Konki. I do yoga. I go to retreats. That's actually the name of my company. I'm a yoga teacher here in Turku locally, in different yoga studios, and I organize yoga courses and yoga retreats as well. And I just told Tero what does retreat mean. It means an excursion of yoga. We go to a certain physical location and we do yoga, and possibly combine that to some other elements of well-being or a guided tour. Like yesterday, we went to an island. So that is one important part of any retreat. So I do my best so that other people will feel good with their mind and their body. If they feel anxiety in our everyday life today on the planet. Thank you, and a warm welcome to bring us all well-being around you. And could you briefly explain, please, what about the team of young entrepreneurs? So what do you do in the local area here? We collect together young entrepreneurs. So we have events where we have get-togethers, and that is actually my passion, that I organize different events. And I feel these are low-threshold events, so they are accessible for those who want to have a community around them. So usually small entrepreneurs, if they are self-employed, people are quite alone, but they want to have peer support, like Christmas parties, things that you just don't have because you don't have a work community around you. So we set up events and we talk about things related to entrepreneurship and life, even crisis as well. Great peer support there. And then, Tero, could you please explain to us what do you answer to this question? If people ask you, or even perhaps they usually ask you directly, but if they ask that indirectly. I'm Tero Sarka. I'm come from the era of Lieto. So, young entrepreneur according to certain indicators, but I'm almost 33 years of age. So that is an indicator for you. I'm agriculture of onions, so in the farmland of Lieto. And that is my everyday life. It's all about the farm. I'm managing the farm. I organize things at the farm. As for the onions, that's always close to my heart. And we deliver these to shops around the city of Turku and the wholesales companies of Turku area. So that is to secure and safeguard the monetary situation for me to be able to pay for the bills and live my everyday life. So this is in a nutshell what I do in my life. But of course do a lot of things, but sometimes I do nothing. That is the feeling I get. If you have to fill in a form, profession in a form, what is the title that you use? I suppose I'm a farmer, right? But it depends a bit. Who is reading that form? Whether it's entrepreneur or farmer, whatever. Okay. Furthermore, we have Christopher Inger. What do you answer? Thank you for that question, Kumaran, for all. And as Marisa just said, so agricultural policy, that is the topic of my professional life. And I don't know why I'm seated here, because I was supposed not to talk about politics. I'm here. I suppose we'll talk about other topics. I'm agricultural farmer from Mustasaari area. I have lambs as well. And I have a long-term political background on my CV. So I would say agriculture plus politics. This is what I do. Thank you. We have a yoga entrepreneur, a farmer. You said you called yourself that. And we also have here, I don't know, what would I call you? Did you say politics and plus something? Perhaps part-time entrepreneur or full-time entrepreneur? I'm a full-time, yes. I do other things, yes, but full-time. But you have time for everything. Okay, good. If we now dig deeper into entrepreneurship in your everyday lives, because you all are entrepreneurs, that is clear now. You also have some background before that. You have been wage earners. You also have been employed by someone else before. So what about that everyday life? What is no longer there? Or what is added when your identity became that of an entrepreneur? How would you compare that time when you were employed by someone else compared to now being an entrepreneur? Henrikka, could you start? I can be creative, very creative. I can do so many fun things. I feel privileged to say this aloud. I can think about this saying, where would I love to go to with my friends to hang out for a weekend? What would be an interesting destination for us, for retreats or otherwise, for how to get there? What about mobility? We have a sort of a organic spa in Lempäälä. We're going to do an excursion over there to treat ourselves with very traditional treatment methods. And we'll spend time together, and we do yoga together. So creativity is the thing for me compared to the past in my life when I was employed by someone else. Well, after this answer, can I even dare to ask you, what about you? Entrepreneurship in your lives compared to your past? Well, I can answer to a certain extent to the question. It has given me more flexibility. And at the same time, yes, it is the contrary as well in real terms. In particular, if you think of animals, there might be sort of certain seasons, weeks, days and nights when you have no chance to be anywhere else but there. But you can plan ahead your life yourself. And around the year, you might have seasons there where you have great flexibility of your own everyday life. So there is freedom. You have greater freedom, but at the same time, you might have a very tiny amount of freedom as well. And what about you, Tero? What do you think? It's a family company, and you have taken over that. Has there been a difference now compared to your own expectations? Because you are now an entrepreneur yourself. Yes, I'm sure of that. When I started this path of entrepreneur, I sort of saw the challenges in real terms. And I perhaps did not understand all of these challenges that might get along the way. But what Christopher said earlier, I truly agree with him. At the same time, you have flexibility, but you're very much committed to things at the same time as well. It would be very hard for me to imagine to work from 8 to 4. That will be very agonizing thought for me that I have to be at work at a certain hour of the day. But it's absurd at the same time because I am an entrepreneur, and wintertime I actually usually work from 8 to 4. But when you're working for yourself, then it is a possibility. If you have to go to the dentist at 10 o'clock, 10:30 or so, you can go to the dentist at that time. So that, I would say, for me, is the thing. I don't have actually a lot of experience of being employed by someone else before I became an entrepreneur, but wages, it's a permanent wages that you get, that is a big plus when you're employed. But in the agricultural sector, it is seasonal business and therefore seasonal incomes. And that is a stress factor from time to time. Thank you for that. Nobody mentioned income level. That word was not mentioned by anyone else, but in 2011 there was a study conducted. There have been studies on that topic, but in these studies from that time there was a possibility to good income level mentioned. If you think of young people today, and why would any young people consider to become an entrepreneur? What is the attraction of entrepreneurship? The same things that you said, independence, freedom, you work for yourself. These were the points mentioned in these studies very clearly. These are the factors why people would consider becoming entrepreneurs. But if we now think further, you can go to the dentist wherever you like. That's a nice thing. As you said, you can sort of have decision-making of your own timing and schedule. But anything else? What about independence and freedom, possibility to be your own boss? If you further think about this, if this is what we want to get, young people considering becoming entrepreneurs, this is what they want. They want freedom, working for themselves, independence. So comparing to your everyday life, that is the ideal, but do you find elements that don't fit with this ideal goal? If you allow me to start, personally thinking about this in my own career of being an entrepreneur, it is about, yes, doing things for myself, being free, but there's also responsibility. You cannot escape this thing because you have to do certain things as an entrepreneur. You're obliged to do them. And on the other hand, there is something that you have to create, a safety network around you. And if you can do that and you have somebody out there supporting you in all that you do, that is a great plus. That is important. Okay, you're very close to what research is telling about that topic, because the fears are financial risks, surprise, surprise, and debts and failure. So these are the fears. Why? 25% of young people in the respondents told they will not even consider of being entrepreneurs because they fear failure. So I think there are conflicting ideas, because the point of attraction is that you have independence and you have the feeling that you manage things. But then on the other side, the fear is the extreme other end. So no regular income, lack of time, in a hurry, there are challenges to this, and fears about being alone and lack of feeling of control and fear of failure. Is there too high threshold becoming an entrepreneur because you fear so much failure? Is it too high level of entrepreneurship for people? Do we have an ideal of entrepreneurship and therefore people fear becoming entrepreneurs? Should we have sort of a small-scale entrepreneurship, sort of a lower threshold to enter entrepreneurship. Perhaps you, Henrika, could you describe your journey to becoming an entrepreneur? Yes. I think it was a very good background for me because I was an au pair. I was au pair for 2 years in Philadelphia myself, and I learned there to live with scarce income level. And that has helped me to strive things through pandemic. I was going to Portugal for a retreat center and worked there in yoga and surfing. And from London, I came back to Finland. And then in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, all yoga studios were closed. People feared. They were only online. And I started to sort of build on my career. And I was sort of a first step entrepreneur, very light entrepreneurship. I had some savings, and therefore I was able to do this. And also my family was supporting me, my community supported me, and I lived with my family. And then being an entrepreneur, sort of in a lighter version. So these were the first steps. And after that, I had LTD limited company with a friend of mine, but now I'm a solo entrepreneur. There's no one else there. But it was sort of a trial first, a feeling, the adventure. And then I felt that indeed, this is, I don't know how to put this into words. Things allowed me to try out things and test things and also fail in what I was doing. There was this online yoga courses. I felt that I failed that, but I became so much wiser after that. And I understand the fear for failure. I do. And at the same time, I can identify and relate to what you said there. At the age of 24, I met an entrepreneur in Finland for the first time who was really into entrepreneurship, passionate about it. So that started to change little by little my mindset and image of entrepreneurship. Okay, you have had already an idea of entrepreneurship in the family. Do you have other examples or somebody to follow as an example in entrepreneurship? And actually, are you allowed to fail as entrepreneurs? Well, if I could answer that, yes. Being a farmer has great opportunities to fail, let's put it that way, because there are so many things dependent on tiny factors all the time around you. And I'm certain that each and every farmer here in Finland fails to a certain extent every year. And then they also succeed. They have great successes every year as well. But there is a big difference. If I compare what Henrika just said, lovely, great yoga company, and I'm sure there is one location, but you can move on. You can go to another location. But if you think about a farm, agricultural land, this is something that passes from one generation to the next generation for decades, hundreds of years. And there is a high threshold for failure, indeed. And perhaps I could think about this as a need and demand towards young people and future generations of farmers. You have to improve entrepreneurship in all this, because there has been this old tradition, you only cultivate the land. But you can't do that anymore in today's world. Of course, farmers also need to be improving their entrepreneurship. So we need traditions plus creativity, entrepreneurship, hybrid model. Tero, do you feel that in everyday life you have the chance of being creative? Yes and no. I think it depends a bit how do you define creativity? On the one hand, it is everyday life, things that I do. But sometimes I have this eureka feeling that I am able to do things. The work environment as such is not that creative for me, but it is all about how to include creativity there. That's the point. And you have to somehow create creativity for yourself. Then you had a question about failure. A quick comment on that. I am sure that entrepreneurs do fail. And on the other hand, that's their task. They sometimes have to fail. It's okay to fail. Of course, you're frustrated by it. That's true. And it does not really take away the lessons learned. Of course, you have to learn. But what is the difference between a good and bad entrepreneur? That is, others learn and they will never do the same mistake again. If you think of your own path towards entrepreneurship, you, Henrika, had this excursion or even adventure towards entrepreneurship, but others had perhaps more clear-cut paths towards it. But what do you think? If you did not have your current company, would you still be entrepreneurs?
Luultavasti ei.
Probably not. Not right now. As an employee, you move into the entrepreneurship culture. Tero, if you didn't have your current business, can you imagine yourself as an employee? Well, I can identify several different scenarios if I wasn't an entrepreneur. Both sides have positives and negatives. It's hard to see it very black and white. Perhaps this is the world where the world wouldn't be very black and white. What about Henrika? I would definitely be an entrepreneur and I would do something somewhere. I don't know exactly what. I have education in the restaurant field and I did go through an entrepreneurship course and so I have some background like that. Should we be concerned that this kind of strong entrepreneurship background and meeting someone at the age of 24 who was excited about being an entrepreneur, is this a little bit concerning how we talk about entrepreneurship and the risk of failure? What do you think you could do as entrepreneurs yourself to encourage young people to become entrepreneurs? Christopher? The support network that Tero mentioned before is really important. Personally, I try to be to my future young colleagues someone who is involved and provides support by any means that I can. And I hope that all entrepreneurs would be willing to do that, to help not even necessarily a new entrepreneur or a young entrepreneur, but I think support is needed all around, and I think it does happen. Tero, would you like to reply to this question? I have a few concrete ideas how we could attract more young entrepreneurs in Finland. First of all, the atmosphere is a little bit negative around entrepreneurship. If you're a successful entrepreneur, you are envied. And if we have an entrepreneur who's working around the clock and is perhaps experiencing some problems with alcohol, for example, without any other life, because the business is the only life, that is accepted. So I really think we should improve the whole atmosphere around entrepreneurship. You know, it is okay that after 20 working hours per week, you earn well and you don't need to feel guilty about it. That should be accepted. Do we lack an environment of healthy envy? Shouldn't it be a great thing to have successful entrepreneurs that we can envy in a positive sense, you know, hoping that, you know, look to them as someone to even copy? Well, in a Finnish culture, usually it's bad weather or what do our neighbors do or don't do. Those are the discussion topics. So I think the culture of envy is a very negative one. We don't really enjoy others' successes. And I don't personally like that at all. When we talk about the kind of images and impressions that we create around entrepreneurship, like Tero said, we either have the great hero or we have the entrepreneur who works 24 hours a day. This is a bit wild. Shouldn't we? These examples are very extreme. Should we find a different way to discuss and talk about entrepreneurs? Perhaps it could be a little bit less extreme, the stories we tell. Henrikka, I have also seen the opposite example when I lived in Philadelphia. The child I was looking after was 9 years old, and this child went to a private school. And at 9 years old, the child had 3 different business ideas. Over there, everybody's an entrepreneur and they all encourage each other in these projects and endeavors. So the image of entrepreneurship is completely different. When I think about my school time in Finland, there were speakers who came to visit. Quite often they were top athletes who came and shared their stories. And as an ordinary child back then and as an ordinary adult right now, I could never become a top hockey player, for example, or a mountain climber because it was something I was afraid of. So, if you fail, you die, and entrepreneurship is not quite that extreme. So I couldn't find anything to identify with these speakers. And if, there are people who could have an impression, an impact, they should visit schools and tell openly, you talk about your failures as well, and then you get up again and you try again. That's life. That's the reality. I go back to people's attitudes towards you. When you share with people that you are entrepreneurs, okay, farmer is perhaps a very established profession. People know what a farmer does for a living, but how do you react when you tell people that you are entrepreneurs? Do people say, wow, or what is the reaction? Or is it a lifestyle instead of a profession? Christopher? Quite a few people don't believe me when I tell them that I'm a sheep farmer, sheep producer. But I don't remember any negative reactions. It's more about, wow, do those exist? It is a rare profession, of course. In my view, in Finland, the atmosphere is good in that sense that nobody judges a sheep farmer or an onion farmer, I'm sure. No, they don't. That's true. Right. Tero. Nobody judges, that is true. But personally, my acquaintances, my friends, or even people I don't know, when I tell them that I'm an onion farmer, it's really kind of something admirable, something positive. And they would ask me, how are you doing? Isn't life hard for farmers? Because that is something they read and hear from the media. And of course, some of us are doing well and some are doing even better, but perhaps this talking to someone one-on-one, you usually tell people that everything's fine, but then what you talk about at home, it's different. It's like when you go to the supermarket and you're asked, do you want to buy locally produced foods? And everybody says, yes, I want to. And then when you come out of the supermarket, you have something else in your grocery bag. And that's fine. But people sometimes do something else than what they say. So we have the close circle who support you as individuals, but you also recognize that in the attitudes in general in Finland, there is something to improve. Christopher, you want to comment? Well, this is perhaps a bit different what we've heard so far, but my feeling is that it is a good place, Finland, to be an entrepreneur. And Finns want to buy Finnish services and goods. Of course, there are bad examples as well, but I think also a lot depends on the entrepreneur themselves. Yeah, let's put a bit more pressure on the young people. Welcome as an entrepreneur, but only if you're a really good one. What I still wanted to ask, we've talked about income and the community support network, also some fears. Have you considered during your careers as an entrepreneur, Henriikka has experience of a partnership that you collaborated with. Have you had any experience of sharing the responsibility in some way, like a cooperative or something like that? Do you see that as a way to decrease any possible fears? Christopher, I may begin, if I may. In my farm, I have a really good machinery equipment cooperation with another farmer, and that has saved me, for example, today. I wanted to begin a certain work. I'm not going to be there at 12, but I hope my colleague will start using the combine harvester at 12 o'clock as needed. Is this the reply, the answer to the culture of doing everything ourselves? Should we tell more stories about cooperation between entrepreneurship? Could that be one answer how to combat fear and fears around entrepreneurship? Absolutely, Henrik. That's sort of the lifeline, whatever you may need. When I organize courses here in Turku, for example, yoga retreats, it's really important that if I become ill, there are people who can substitute for me. So it's important to know people, to have friendships with other entrepreneurs. We somehow have to make some progress with entrepreneurship. Usually this is something traditional, and we have these people who have made it, but quite often it's still the close circle, family members, children of entrepreneurs who continue the entrepreneurship. Should we do something else than just demand education around entrepreneurship? Should we do, for example, some radical administrative like award every newborn baby company number, register number? How do we make everybody an entrepreneur? Let's start with Christopher, because this comes close to politics. At least in the Ostrobothnia area, children sell Christmas magazines a lot. That's something common. And I'm sure in whole Finland, soccer teams and so on, they're selling toilet paper for their teams' benefit. I think it's a good start for entrepreneurship that you sell something to someone. So you start somewhere. You can't demand that everybody starts selling toilet paper, but I feel we have reason to encourage such activities. And as an adult, I always buy, even if no matter how much toilet paper we have in the cupboard and a child tries to sell me some more, I will buy. I'm a good customer. And we have a safe society for children to sell toilet paper. Let's support that in the future as well. So in the children's education, we have a sports teams and associations, these activities that support entrepreneurship. But the fact is that education alone doesn't answer to the needs of our entrepreneurs on the EU level, not by far. And this is not just about the current moment or the future, but we need to change something in our atmosphere. As a continent, we are becoming older. So we need to find other solutions except education than education, which always is directed to the younger generations. Tero, are there some other concrete tips regarding municipal administration or something you want to highlight that might help people to become at least, let's say, part-time entrepreneurs? Well, first I'd like to comment in short that not all Finns need to be entrepreneurs. It's a nice idea. Social security number, I feel, is enough for newborns anyway. But how can we add entrepreneurship in concrete measures as our population gets older and the average age of entrepreneurs rises? If you don't establish your own company step by step from scratch, then it's easier to become an entrepreneur. You take over an existing company. But if you have a company that you would like to sell to someone outside of your family, how to get your money away out of the company, you know, that you have a reasonable compensation for it. Is the new entrepreneur young or old, that they don't have to take so much loans, that they will, you know, it's going to take 20 years before they're making a proper living. So finances come into the picture. And in this society of well-being, from the entrepreneur's perspective, is being taxed with a heavy hand. That's how it feels. And tax planning is very important. And when you're trying to sell a company, it's quite important whether the tax percentage is 1% more or less, especially if the size of the company is significant. So on the administrative and taxation side, I think we should really consider whether selling a company could be a little bit easier or simple. Definitely we need more education. Well, not exactly education, but making entrepreneurship familiar to people. Like Henrika mentioned, you know, if in Philadelphia a 9-year-old girl is running 3 companies, the only example I remember is that in Ostrobotnia there are some children who run 1 company, and here in the southwest of Finland those children are very rare. So perhaps we need some more children. Yes, there are huge numbers of children. Perhaps I spoke yes, I just think it's important to encourage children to try things. Yes, what becomes important is how to get into a company, for example, have a summer job somewhere. And children's summer jobs, I was quite surprised when I talked with my cousin's children. They're not allowed to do anything. Age limits are very tight, and what is considered safe work is quite a lot less than what I was allowed to do as a 13, as a 14-year-old. And these two things in conflict. We want people to learn how to work. We want to encourage people to become entrepreneurs. So could it also be a solution to the unemployment problem within around young people, that we try to guide them towards entrepreneurship? Personally, I tend to think that we are a little bit too extreme in what our young people are allowed to do. Where do we find people to do things if they're not allowed to practice? Henrika, those experiences I've had at 13, 14-year-old, having a summer job in a nursery home was really, really important to me. You have to start somewhere and start learning. So anybody who feels the hunger for, investigating and getting to know new things and gathering new experiences, it's really rewarding and it's really important. It's not just to have a note on your CV, it's because you start feeling valuable, whether it's just a small task somewhere at a workplace. I'm quite sure that all of us here up on the stage have worked since we're very small, and I believe it's very important that young people are allowed to work a little bit, whether on a farm or somewhere else. I have to admit that if we're not supposed to talk about politics, so I won't go down that road, but it's an important point that I think all our listeners and viewers and us should consider how to draw up our legislation in such a way that young people under the age of 15 have opportunities to work legally, because illegal work is also a very bad option. And I think that happens. I'm quite sure that 13-year-olds are working somewhere right now. Well, not right now because they're already back in school, but in the summertime. I can share one more experience from Iceland where they are teaching how to work for young people. I've gone through the 10th grade in Iceland, and every 10th grader, every Thursday they went to work all through the year, so they got to know all the local companies and workplaces. And I felt that our work experience week is peanuts compared to that system. Okay, we are soon running out of time, but here, before we finish, I would like to hear from all of you what you think is the most important thing if we first of all want to teach Finland how to work. Perhaps not more, but how to make it more your own, have your own path, and perhaps have some experience of entrepreneurship. We've talked about taxation, we have inheritance path, but also we have this tradition to, purchase an existing company, and we want to hold on to that system. Is there something else that you want to highlight in addition to education? Some other action that could encourage people to become entrepreneurship? Well, Christopher, if I can't mention education, then a sensitive topic, family. In many families, children don't do much, unfortunately. So your ability to work, it starts from your home environment. That's how it is. I don't have a good solution to this, but this is how things are, and hopefully in the future we have more young people who are able to work due to what they were receiving at home and in their schools. Thank you. We will finish here. Just one more note I want to mention. We must allow young people to start working early and start familiarizing themselves with different workplaces, different sectors. And how could we be, if we want to be a pioneer of entrepreneurship in Europe, we have to demystify entrepreneurship. It doesn't have to be something so frightening. We're allowed to test things, to try things, and to fail. And it shouldn't be portrayed as a question of choosing a profession. It's not just about being a freelancer or having working in projects and then not working. It should be a path for realizing your dreams, I think. In if we're able to talk about it in that sense, then I think we would be a model country. Entrepreneurship should be something normal, I feel. And finally, I would like to thank our panelists. No, not a panelist. This was a discussion session more so. We've talked about the entrepreneurship and its realities. I feel we're quite close to the fears and expectations of young people and what your real life actually is. Thank you for coming, for participating. I know you left your busy entrepreneurship lifestyles to come here, so thank you.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon, että EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelevat siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kun Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon, että EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kun Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon, että EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kun Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon, että EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyön mahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelevat siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kun Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
Yes, tervetuloa.
Welcome to this session by the European Year of Youth. This is a panel discussion, and this is about the rights and inclusion of gender and sexual minorities in Europe. My name is Aula Väyrynen, and I'm chairperson of SAKI Association NGO, and I will be moderating the panel discussion today. Before we start, I would like to say a few words about this thematic year. European Year of Youth 2022 is the thematic year, European Year of the Youth. I'm sure many of you know this. In Finland is the National Education Board, that's the national coordinator of this in Finland. And this thematic year will bring up the voice of young people in different fora and will set a future perspective that are positive in this post-pandemic society. Throughout the year, young people get plenty of opportunities to learn and share their views and be included and have their say in Finland and elsewhere in Europe. Here in Finland, this involves also a steering group of young people comprising of 12 young people with different backgrounds. I personally am one of those who is in the steering group. We have been also involved in planning the panel discussion today. We wanted to organize this panel discussion on the rights and inclusion of gender and sexual minorities in Europe because we felt that this question is very topical today in the current situation on the planet. European values such as equality, human rights are very much here to be defended and talked about. This panel discussion covers the situation in Europe more widely, but in Finland as part of Europe. But let's now give the floor to our panelists who are the experts. We have here present a lot of expertise and also views on the situation here in Finland and in Europe. So therefore, I'm sure this will be a very fruitful discussion. Welcome all the panelists. I'm happy that you're able to join us today. So let's start the discussions first with introductions. So could you please briefly tell us who you are, why are you here? And we can start with you. Thank you very much. It is nice to be here and see so many people. This is very top on topic. I'm Alvina Ermetsa, a member of the European Parliament, representing the Green Group, and I've been a long time working with equality questions in different ways. And also, I've been driving the rights for LGBT community for a long time, and I work in the Committee of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Jukka Marvaara, Ombudsman for Equality. And Ombudsman for Equality is a state official who is here to make sure that equality law is being followed. In 2015, the Equality Act has non-discrimination rule based on gender. And also schools, workplaces, authorities must prevent discrimination on this basis. So therefore, gender minorities and sexual minorities have been mentioned in the law. And sexual minorities, actually, it's my colleague, it's the Ombudsman of other equality questions, that's the act. But we work together a lot. And as for this one, there is an interlink between all these topics. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Pekka Ullin, and why am I here? Because I used to be in the Swedish-speaking NGO for LGBT community, and now with the member of the board of the European umbrella organization, I'm here to promote questions related to sexual minorities and young people. And today I'm the Secretary General of Young Greens, and we also promote inclusion of young people and this human right policy respecting human rights. So I'm very close to these topics in my work. Hello to all of you. I'm Piki Rantanen. I'm trans activist myself and also content creator. And for years, I've been working for equality questions, human rights questions. And through my work, I face a lot of people from LGBT community. And I'm at the grassroots level, and I see the need we have for discussions, even today, and even more needs for discussion. And SETA NGO actually gave me the award of the LGBT community Person of the Year. So that was very heartwarming, and therefore I'm here today. Thank you, everyone, for these introductions. Let's start with the general view of the situation. What do you think is currently, as for gender and sexual minorities, the situation of their rights in Europe and in Finland as part of Europe? Vicky, could you start? Well, in Finland as part of Europe, I don't want to start with sort of a downward tone, but in Finland, the rights of trans people in Finland are very, I don't know, in a bad shape, I would say. And I personally, when I went through the questions you sent beforehand, I felt that whenever we talk about human rights, we cannot, in these discussions, make any point of comparison to where things are worse off. Is there a place where things are even worse than here? Of course, in those places have to improve things, but I feel for Finland here, too many times in the discussions we say, okay, things are worse over there, but this is all about human rights. We have to see where things are at their best, because in many places things are in better shape than here in Finland. We have the Trans Act, we have to reform the Act, and it's been hindered now. Same discussion takes place every year, and people just wonder about, and that's sad to see how many trans young people are going to be stepped down by this reform. currently there is this reform discussed of the Act, but it is not sufficient as it is now being treated and handled. Therefore, the situation in Finland is such that even though there is potentially now an upcoming reform of the Trans Act, amongst trans people in the community, we have the feeling that it's very hard to celebrate this because it's going to go through in the text format that we people want to see. I actually agree with you, and I have to say that this Trans Act is a shame, really shame for Finland. And we can't, share our points with other people unless we first fix things at our own end. But from the European perspective, I think it's interesting to see how many or how differently discussions take place in different countries. There are big differences when you compare the countries, and even within a country or within the communities in a country, there are minorities that currently are suffering in their own country and in a way also with the mainstream attitudes. But they might be also struggling within their own communities, whether they are cultural minority or linguistic minority. And at the same time, you have the attitude issues and challenges with attitudes, but then the legislative issues as well are out there around Europe. Interestingly enough, I have the feeling that sexual minority questions are perhaps being polarized even more. There are certain countries where they are far-reaching steps taken ahead into the future. A lot of effort has taken place, and equality marriage is one step. But at the same time, trans questions are not making progress anywhere. So therefore, there is perhaps certain progress, but slow. It is much slower than it should be. I would actually continue the same lines as previous speaker. Yes, the Trans Act is the issue here, problem in Finland for sexual minorities at the moment. And as said, we are now correcting the measures according to the governmental bill, which is going to be dealt with the Finnish Parliament next week. And there's the demand for non-fertile, and then the other things that as well. But the minor trans young people position is an issue, and in the process we have to correct this. But luckily the Parliament, if there is political will in place, they can change the text when the Parliament is going to treat the Act so that the minors also can have the process of confirmation of the gender. But that is a big issue indeed. We have surveys conducted at schools, so trans young people do have a lot of feelings at stake, mental health problems, they feel discrimination, so there is a lot to do here. But in Finland, we would love to think we have already reached the whole point, the total equality in gender questions, and we still see discrimination taking place, but many people have the attitude that it is critical thing. It is negative thing that we have discrimination. But then you have to look into the mirror and say, yes, we see discrimination cases and we must solve these problems. That is true. And I would say that in Finland, think of young people. People rely on young people. Young people are allowed to do things when they're 15 or 16. It's about their education. Major decision making can be done. Things that affect your later life. But this governmental bill does not take into account the young people, so the young people could themselves define their own identity and gender and be part of the process. So that is really a serious problem. I think this is a problem in Finland, but we have other things. We have research showing us that violence in schools, harassment and mobbing at schools is multiple-fold more common when you think of people part of gender and sexual minorities. And there is actually a book by Lina-Maria Roine. We're writing that book and publishing this autumn on the topic. We have to do something about these issues. At the EU level, there are serious problems as well. For instance, in Romania, they have restricted pride bans. In Poland, they have the areas free of LGBT community. We'll be talking more about this. Thank you very much. I fully agree with you all. Let's now move on. Let's think about the sexual and gender minorities' inclusion in Europe and in Finland as part of Europe. Well, perhaps raise a hand if you want to start. Go ahead. I think we already touched upon this, how here in Finland we sort of see that we have legislation in place and therefore everything is okay. But, as said, Trans Act does not exist at the moment. So I would say in the discussion on inclusion, we forget that it has no link to legislation if you think of the community level. For instance, even if we would have, a perfect Trans Act in place and the reform would be set as the community desires, it would still not mean that trans people feel safe to operate in their own communities true to themselves. These changes to the law are necessary. They are a step forward. But when we think and see inclusion in practice, we have to see inside the community and think of the concrete obstacles that exist that create the feel of non-safety for people. They feel they're not part, they're not included, they have no right to be visible. Because only the idea that we have national law on a topic does not mean in practice that you as individuals feel okay when the law is in place. Of course, you have legal rights granted by the law, but if I think further about a young person, a trans person in a small community municipality out there in Finland, in practice, that does not exist. Of course, yes, it exists in real terms, but is it visible? No, it's not visible. Do people leave it to be visible? Is it allowed to be visible? Do they say it exists? Do they take it into account? No. And therefore, this is what people feel as trans activists living in small municipalities in Finland. When we talk about inclusion, you have to first and foremost think about the practical approach, show things. Show to trans young people that in addition that it is legal for them to be true to themselves and it is safe for them to do it as well. I fully agree with Vicky on this, and I would like to further add to this that the sort of a standard level where prohibition is in place for discrimination by law is a core central part. At the EU level, you don't have in all countries this law. It's not the starting point for all countries. So we have a law in place to protect people. It is a protection granted. You can be true to yourself. You can have any role in the community. You can be in the workplace, at school, political activist, whatever you want to be. That's the basic minimum. That is the starting point. But Finland, elsewhere, where the prohibition exists for discrimination, there's no awareness of what are the concrete things that means. As part of the LGBT community, what can I do if I feel I'm being discriminated against, if I'm being presented and I'm visible, if I feel there's a hate crime, what should I do? So there is still a huge workload ahead of us in order to see how can I report things, how can I get help and then receive help. I mean, first ask for help and then receive it. And if I think of the whole LGBT community, we don't always rely on the authorities because the authorities quite simply don't have the tools in place to understand and know how to face and encounter people from minorities. And therefore, that's a huge problem. I think is, yes, education, yes, we can speak about that, but there's always a problem with funding or attitudes somewhere in the administration. And therefore, eventually the police or any other authority does not really have any tools to support and create this safe ally or being safe ally for people from the community who need support for their inclusion or even existence, and let alone the fact that if the law is not supporting you in this. So that is a big challenge for inclusion. There has to be trust in place. There are facts that there will be on this, that there will be discrimination in the future, but how can you tackle, how can you really do something about this? It's not okay, and you can get help. This is where you can do something. Right, I do agree with the law enforcement and legal point of view that you have a baseline, you have a legislation in place, a non-discrimination clause is there, and the Equality Act also means that you have to prevent discrimination, but it does not say whether it's gender. You have to then promote equality actively, but it says that you have to prevent discrimination. But I think it's a bit inferior demand, isn't it? So there is a certain difference that was made, unfortunately, in the legislation in Finland. For one reason or other, the sexual identity or gender identity has not been considered that important as gender. So gender, I mean men and women equality promotion. And therefore, I think that we have a baseline, yes. There's law enforcement, but we don't have the contacts from people from the trans community, and that means there is mistrust. They feel that there are no tools in place. It does not help us. But personally, I do see increasing awareness is essential. Teachers at school, do they have the skills in place to talk about these questions, the will to talk about these topics? So the young people generally will first get information on the diversity of gender questions. Okay, Alvina, go ahead, please. That is quite true. It is clear that in the EU as a whole, hate crime, discrimination must be in the list of crimes. I mean, legally speaking, must be a crime. And this is a huge problem because it's not the case today. In principle, it's very hard to tackle and do anything about this. And this is, as said, things don't work out here in Finland, even though many things could be better here in our Finnish legislation than elsewhere. There's still a lot to be done here. And if I think of the practical side, exactly what you said, trust towards the authorities is lacking. There's even studies on this, that there is mistrust. And also discrimination by the authorities exists. I've seen this in my own life, and my partner's lives as well have felt discrimination because of the identity of the LGBT community. So this is a serious question. And I think of inclusion. All these questions also restrict your inclusion in the things. You think of the EU, the European Parliament, we don't have representation in place for LGBT minorities. So representation is very narrow scoped. Perhaps it's related to discrimination, or I don't know the root cause for that, but sometimes it's very hard to make any progress in politics if you come from a minority position. This is a serious problem. Yes. I think you crystallized these points. Exactly, this is the core problem when we try to dismantle these situations. When we talk about minority questions, these things are understood so that this only covers a small group of people, a minority group, which is not true, because people are also non-binary, and in Finland you have the same number like Swedish-speaking people. So it's not a small number of people, but systematically we are made invisible. So therefore, you all well described that the problem is that the rights for LGBT community, which are fundamental human rights questions, are being seen now as only for certain individuals their expertise. And it is sufficient that school there's one individual who independently, just by chance, was into these questions. So therefore, I don't understand this. In order to be able to speak about improving things in the community, at your workplace, at school, you need to have somebody who is first interested in the topic, who find this interesting. It is sufficient. No, it is not sufficient to say that you have special expertise on the topic. That's an area of its own expertise, and only certain individuals know these topics. No, the same way as this is for all of us. This concerns each and every one of us, as in any oppression. It is a question of all of us. I'm sure I had a great point, but I will then come back to it later. Okay, very good. And let's see that we are following the schedule given to us. Let's move on. Which are the biggest sexual and gender minority right and inclusion related challenges at the moment in Finland and Finland as part of Europe? Go ahead.
Minusta me ollaan aika hyvin näitä jo.
We feel we have discussed this already, the challenges that we have with the Trans Act and with legislation and from the perspective of larger processes, but I would still highlight attitudes, and the European context is really important here. It's so important that the community that we engage with towards the rest of the world in the area of human rights. So in the same way as we try to further legislative processes so that they really arrive at their goal, also people's attitudes needs to change. And for sexual minorities, we see a big gap. For example, the Equal Marriage Act sort of helped a lot of people, and people understood that this is completely something to be compared to heterosexual marriage. So we're on the same page here, but in the Trans Act, this hasn't happened yet. It's so difficult for people to comprehend that someone could be non-binary, or that the sexual identity doesn't correspond to what has been assumed at birth. So somehow We really need to start a huge societal discussion. But personally, as a rainbow background person, I'm really kind of put off by the tone of the discussion, because this Trans Act discussion has been really hard on our community. It was also difficult to listen to the speeches by the parliament members in 2017 before the act was passed in Finland. So this is a discussion I don't look forward to, but unfortunately I think that's probably the only way to really make progress in building a new type of attitude. We have to have more and more discussion in the public eye so that the attitude starts to change outside of the rainbow communities. Alvina? To continue from that, on the EU level, the discussion is sometimes horrible to follow and to listen to. We just had the very first big session in the EU regarding mental health and the guarantees. And one Parliament member spoke the longest, 4 minutes, and the content was continuously that young people have mental health issues because they are confused about gender issues. They're not allowed to be a boy or a girl anymore, and it was just horrible to listen to. And this is the reality, and you hear these speeches in Finland as well. And personally, I feel that we have to create more understanding and move on from this. One thing that should be banned in Finland and in Europe is treatment to correct, which really creates this thinking that gender identity is something you have to heal from. No, these treatments really create lots of trauma, and there are a lot of symbolic EU questions which impact practice. For example, freedom of mobility. Rainbow families don't have the same freedom of mobility as other families. The amount of paperwork, if you want to, for example, move as a rainbow family to another country. So in today's world, these things are very real in these practical problems. Piki? It's easy to draw a bridge to my own experiences. When we talk about discrimination of the LGBTI+ communities, people who work with these people, who work with human rights, don't identify discrimination. People don't understand what it is. They think that transphobia is violence, is something really graphic, really loud, and only then it is something serious. So that's why it's so important that we learn to identify different forms of discrimination, that we listen to the trans communities when they and we say what discrimination is and why it feels so bad, because those voices exist. It's too late for any decision makers to say that we don't know, it doesn't exist. It does exist, and those stories exist, but they're not to be found in the cabinets. You have to listen to the right people. Alvina, really well. Thank you for pointing out the conversion therapies, because it's a lot of pain around it. And also what Pekka said, we compare minority questions to the majority. We think about marriage, okay, this can be compared to heterosexual marriage. So we try to fit the trans rights into some existing formula. So rainbow questions cannot be forever approached from that angle that, hey, we have people who don't fit into our society, don't fit into these existing structures, and then we try to make an institution out of it that fits the existing societal structures, instead of totally questioning our legal gender system, which leaves out a lot of people completely. But as long as we try to fit these people into the existing structures, it's not going to work, not to an extent compared to if we were willing and ready to open the structures. The legal gender question is a great example of how, like, okay, we have the female and the male genders, and then we have some people who are unsatisfied, so let's give them this non-binary. When the question is, do we need a legal gender at all? And if we do, in what way? And could there be some other options? So instead of just this box to mark on a formula. A lot of challenges have been mentioned, different situations. How can we, on what levels can we solve these challenges, and how could we support the inclusion of trans people or sexual minorities in Europe? Alvina, well, the rainbow organizations and associations have a difficult position in many European countries. There are, for example, laws that prohibit them from accepting donations. So all NGOs should have the right to work for the rights of those people that they represent. This has to be corrected on the EU level. That would be a big help in many countries, because these things often change through the work of NGOs. There are so few politicians who in any way identify into the rainbow community. I mean, is it even a minority, you know? So we need these NGOs and activists, and supporting them in a more significant way, I think, is an important step. Pekka? Yes, organizations came to my mind as well. That was the first thing I thought about, because the whole thing starts with having a community. And Finland is in many sense the promised land of organizations. So good things start often with having some activities going on, which organizations organize. And in many countries, when you go to a big city, there may be some rainbow activities. They may even have some funding in order, not everywhere, but to a degree. Then if you go to a smaller place, municipality, city, and you're looking for local activities to find peers and a community, which is really important, that us who take part in these types of discussions and panels like here today, that we have also those experiences. So this is something I would correct. Rainbow work in different communities, that there's some instruments how to ensure that exists. And let's first fix the basics, and then when in those areas where we already have some activities going on, it's important to make sure that those continue and those are not undercuts. If I look at this from my role, from the perspective of legislation, I agree that these things have to be introduced in the structures. These cannot be the responsibility of individuals. And of course, the communities have a role, and they should have the opportunities to introduce things to the decision-making level. But for example, in workplaces, we should already be thinking about how to prevent discrimination based on gender identities. And so for that to work, that's a structural issue, without having someone say out loud that what I wish for is a gender-neutral dressing room, that it would already be something self-evident. From workplaces, from schools, when we hear and look at them, it's very rare that they have taken any consideration to these gender issues and questions regarding minorities. So it's better to consider these things before there is a case of discrimination. That really highlights that rainbow people are often treated in such a way that they are embraced openly when they are met, which creates this eternal loop that we have schools, workplaces, communities where rainbow people exist, but the questions related to them are not dealt with because you assume that they're not there, and so you don't need to talk about it, and then, this is an eternal loop. So the assumption should be that in all spaces, all places, all communities, rainbow people have the feeling that room has been made for them and they have the same rights to be there. Thinking about school, for example, if a school pulls up a flag, a rainbow flag, it's a small gesture. That means that the young kids go into that school, they get the feeling, the message that there are adult people in this school who are willing to stand with me. Because there is no place where these rainbow people are not in, where they don't exist. I've talked and worked with so many young people who have asked, for example, the youth worker, because they're too afraid to get in touch with the school. And the school says that we don't have to have any need to consider these things because we don't have any rainbow students here, even though a youth worker has contacted them and told them that a young person, a rainbow person, has contacted them and is their student. So it's a lot to ask for them to just be themselves and then hope that it goes well. We have also representative from the European Commission here, Antero Kiviniemi. Welcome on stage. During his contribution, you can consider if you have any questions for him. Thank you, Ale, and greetings from Brussels. It's nice to be here in Turku in almost sunny weather. Ursula von der Leyen's Commission has opened up a completely new phase in the rights of LGBTIQA+ community and the improvement of their rights. This started in the 2019, where we started to build a new framework for these rights. The European Commission is trying to normalize and mainstreaming these rights in all areas of policies and the budget. In particular, we pay attention to those who are in the weakest, in the most vulnerable positions, trans people, intersex people, and people who are in the risk of, in addition, immigrants, for example, refugees, and so on. As a great step, in November 2020, the Commission approved of the very first EU LGBTQ strategy, rights strategy, and it has been implemented since then. For example, last December, the Commission opened a process where the goal is to bring hate crimes in a legal sense into the framework. In addition, last October, the Commission is going to have a proposal whose intention it is to improve the situation for rainbow families, for example, adoption rights and mobility-related questions. It's good to notice also that nowadays the EU's budget, millions of euros, can be used all over Europe in order to improve the rights of the LGBTIQ community. We want to cooperate in good spirit together with NGO, the citizens society, with sports and researchers, but the central key issue here is that the governments and member states are also engaged and committed to this work. And that is why last year in 2021, the Commission invited the officials from each country to a working group those who are responsible for these topics they were invited to a working group. It's important to remember that the world is not black and white. All member states have good practices and all member countries have challenges. And we have pointed out the challenges for Finland here today. About the results of this work, something we can already see is that in April the member states approved the first strategic guidelines for the LGBTIQ plans. I want to be positive because we all mostly talked here about the challenges. We need to update the existing structures, that is true, but it's also good to notice that the acceptance of LGBTIQ people is increasing in Europe and also in the recognition of legal gender issues. We continue our cooperation with our partners in the spirit of respecting human rights. Sweden is going to be the chair next year, and it is to be expected that big steps will be taken. It's important that we continue taking these positive steps forward together because it is our common responsibility in building a more accepting European Union.
Any questions from the panelists? I don't know who raised the hand first, but Alvina, you could start. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask you, what do you think of these conversion therapy questions? Do you think Commission could act and prohibit conversion therapy at the EU level? The second question, you had the right adoption right. What about the substitute pregnancy? Because then non-binaries and male couples could also get parenthood in different ways when you have substitute parenting or rather somebody giving birth. Yes, you have to remember that Commission, the EU, has 3 different levels of operations. The legislative level, political agenda setting level. We use our budget for certain things here. Legislation, of course, is the one thing. Think, for instance, surrogate parenthood, and then you refer to healthcare system perhaps at the same time. So straightforward, that is national domain. We have no opportunity at the EU level to regulate anything on those questions that are related to healthcare system. But we can, of course, finance projects to promote and to support implementation of things in the member states. So that is together with the member states that we do such work. Okay, and then Pekka, and then Vicky after that. Rather of a comment, I think it's good for you to talk about the role of the authorities here in different countries, those who work on these questions and promote the questions across the governmental terms and well, independent of the politics. So therefore, I believe we have important people who have seen the development of the country for a longer term. And therefore, these people must have the possibility to take forward the changes if they get peer support and other support. And I can imagine in conservative countries, in countries where they have conservative leadership and have different agenda, you might find somebody who is great in the authority level, who is for the rainbow community and who will promote their questions. And that must be made visible to all rainbow communities of all countries, that you do have people there. You can do lobbying, you can somehow contact these individuals who could promote these questions through a work group or peer group. And therefore, it is a way to really make things visible at the national level. And media, of course, that is the second thing that was raised. That is so important as well, to raise the agenda and ask the questions, use the right vocabulary and be interested in this development and not just question the development. Hopefully we'll see some development. If you allow a brief comment on this. It is very important for us to see that things go ahead and there's progress. We work together. The authorities must be there, civil society, the media must be there. That's the only way forward, being positive and constructive about it. At the same time, I want to highlight that the basic human rights, respect of that, promotion of these rights must be a permanent thing, no matter what type of government you have in a member state. These are not negotiable questions. You have to secure these rights, and that is the baseline. And we all agree with all member states on this. When we have politically sensitive questions on sensitive things, then no member state would say that we will not respect basic human rights. In the media, you might see that there are a couple of member states who openly are against. No, that is not the case. There is always a debate, discussion on the respect of human rights. What does that mean in practice? I was interested to know, as so many member states don't recognize the legal status of non-binary people, does EU have any means to make sure that the member states would draw statistics of the violence, crimes and faced by non-binary people? My personal view is that the Finnish police has no interest in defining people's binary status as for violence cases. So, the EU, if non-binary people don't exist legally, but still there is visible violence against the non-binary people, and what about the violence against non-binary? How can you then classify that as a gender-related crime if we're not existing? Well, the status is, in a way, if you think of the fundamental charter of the EU, it prohibits discrimination based on sexual orientation, but not on gender orientation. So therefore, it's perhaps out of date, and the text should be updated. And therefore, we have very little legal means at our hands to draw distinctions and data. But currently, in the European Commission, since we have the strategy in place, we are now collecting the data and sort of making sort of a wide, extensive data collection of the European community experience things. And next year, we'll take new steps towards this. And there is true, there are certain member states where there are legal sort of legislative obstacles who don't allow us to take data related to gender. But indeed, we are aware of this. We want to take things forward. We must base everything on evidence and facts in order to be able to efficiently combat any problems related to these questions. Yes, thank you very much, all of our speakers, and Antero as well, for the interesting and fruitful discussions we have had here. And thank you, audience. Thank you for being here. Thank you for following, and thank you for learning about this important topic. On my behalf, I wish you all a great day. This is the end of our panel discussion. Thank you.
Kiitos paljon. Kiitos. Oli hyvä paneeli. Yes.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen, ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen, ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Välillä, että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tästä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
Nonni, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kun Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä ja
I want to say a few words for the panelists and the audience that Eurooppa-forum online has been followed before the Prime Minister session or candidates for Prime Ministry, but 3,000 individuals were following us online. And I don't know how many we had for the previous session online. But when I left it, according to our network, so we have over 400 followers. So we'll get the data later for our session, how many people followed this session. So these numbers are really much higher than last year. As for this panel today, the objective is to talk about this headline that was given. Finland's traditional Russia policy is a thing of the past. What to replace it with? This is a challenging task because President of the Republic during the ambassador days took the floor and gave his contribution with a pessimistic view on this topic. But we will now start, and we have dignified participants present, and I have prepared our guests here a bit to answer the following question. My relationship with Russia, and it is fair for the audience and the panelists for me to explain a few words about myself before we start. Russia has been opened up to me through as a company city of Turku, because Leningrad was the friendship city when I started myself in high school level. And because of this friendship town between Turku and Leningrad, I have been following first the Soviet Union era, but when there was dissolution of the Soviet Union, I followed that era, and then of course throughout the times with current Russia. Now I've seen St. Petersburg going through the change and now being under the Russian regime, and I've seen economic development taking place. And on my left-hand side, we have a former ambassador to Russia and to Germany, René Newberg, who has had a longer career, very long career in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we also have East Office, the CEO has been there and knows financial and economic questions as well. After this, role is very much important because we have here also Foreign Minister, the current Foreign Minister Pekka Haavisto, who have multiple times throughout his whole career been having dealings with Russia questions. Our third panelist today is Li Andersson, who is Minister of Education and Culture, who is here in Turku, the strongest political voice, because the number of votes for her was over 24,000 in the parliamentary elections. No other politician in Turku has been able to reach that level of votes. And let's see during the next elections what will happen. And the very first warm-up question for you. So you will open discussion with this. I'm sure Ambassador Newberg is the best who is preparing himself for this. So René, could you please start and please reflect what has been your relationship with Russia? How would you characterize your relationship? And please be brief when answering this question so that we have time for discussions. And therefore we then have further time to give the floor also for the audience for any eventual questions or comments. So please take the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, the first time I went to Russia was in 1967. I was with a group of students in Leningrad at the time, of course, and I started to actually study Russian language when I graduated, and I had an intensive course. I was 2 summers myself in Leningrad, an intensive course for Russian language, so 2 months each summer. And when I actually applied for the career in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I was sent to Moscow in 1973 as a young assistant to the embassy. I was quite fluent in Russian at the time. It was not always very elegant the way I spoke, but I was quite fluent in Russian language. And of course, that was crucial for me. Once you're able to speak the language of the country, then all creation of contacts will be enhanced by it. So that was my starting point. At the same time, I learned early on with the Soviet Union era that the system of the Soviet Union is based on lies and violence. That was a point for me that I needed to understand and grasp. But you can verbally explain that. You couldn't use these words that I'm now using today, but it was good to keep in mind. And it's the fact that today the Russian system has not changed in this regard. It is also based on lies and violence. And at the same time, I also learned, and I hold on to this today, that Russia's view must be precautious. The view towards it must be precautious. And in a way, you have to have this view where you are on your toes a bit. Under Lauren, who is an excellent correspondent to Dagens Nyheter and Hufvudstadsbladet living in St. Petersburg today, actually published end of the year, of this year, a book. Is called Velvet Dictatorship. And I assessed and made an evaluation criticism to Hufvudstadsbladet. I found it to be an excellent book. And I have to say the word velvet no longer reflects what is happening today in Putin's Russia because it's cruel. And this cruelty is something that indeed is good to keep in mind. But if you think of the Stalin era, the gunshots of Stalin era is not something that we have been returning to. And then, Mr. Foreign Affairs, Foreign Minister Pekka Haavisto, please.
Kiitos.
Thank you. And it's great to be here in Turku in the European Forum and in the event organized by Paasikivi Society. I have been reflecting what about the image I had as a child of Russia, and my father's family was evacuated from Viborg and we lost a home over there, and I'm sure they had an impact on everything. But my father's side grandmother sort of think the Cossacks were being stoned in Helsinki, and they went to the different corridors they couldn't access with horses. They were very small corridors to where they hid themselves. And my father said that the supervisory convention, they were actually casting snowballs. So that was Russia of my childhood. It was distant and frightening. But my Russia, I think that started actively in 1986. When I went to St. Petersburg myself to see new upcoming environmental movement representatives in Russia. And it was civil society of Russia that I got to know, and all those people and activists and activities that started little by little to Gorbachev and Yeltsin eras appear in my, and my base was Maria Church, and the current one, which is also built by Finns, and it was Don Brody. It was Natural House for the Nature at the time, and it was at the time movements with free-spirited, like human rights and environmental movements. Greenpeace of Russia was being established. 1992, we had a major event for the environment. Matti Vanhanen was actually there as well, co-chairing with me the session. And there was actually the City Council of St. Petersburg represented as well. So for me, all that was the opening of a change, the possibility for a change. It was no longer this frightening, slowing, stagnating impression of an era Russia, but there's something that started to happen. People took their own initiative in their own hands, because it was not only St. Petersburg and Moscow, but in other locations as well. I met in over 200 cities these people with had environmental groups and human rights groups. And I went to Amnesty Russia as well. I think it was the establishment meeting in Voronezh, and there was Amnesty and human rights activists actually comparing the length of the prison sentences. How much time did you do in the prison? And for novices, that's nothing if you have not been to the prison yourself, and so forth. So that was Russia, the image of Russia that at my adulthood I was growing up with. And I have to say, when I met Foreign Minister Lavrov about a year ago in St. Petersburg, it was quite tough and difficult discussions I had with him. After that, I met the city mayor of St. Petersburg and I explained to them what were my contacts with St. Petersburg, the Church of Maria environmental seminars. In a way, there was an understanding that was mutual, created. Okay, you have been active over here. Things have happened, so you know NGOs here. And I believe that there was something, there was some sort of closeness, that there's an opportunity there, and in particular with the NGO civil society support. And today, this group needs more support than ever. Thank you. And then Lee Anderson, please. Thank you. I think my relationship with Russia, the earliest starting point was when I was 14 years age and I started to learn Russian language in the upper secondary school in Turku. It was not popular, it was not a common choice amongst the schools that were Swedish speaking. But we had the minimum amounts of students that was required in order to have a course on the 8th grade of Russian language, and some of us actually continued the studies even after that. But before I started and joined in politics, I was in Åbo Academy University. My major was international law, and secondary topic I have Russian culture and language. So it was a great combination. And because of that combination, and with the help of it, I was able to travel and spend longer terms in Tver. And all Finnish or Russian speakers actually are sent to there for their language trainingship. And therefore, the relationship with Russia was also based on people and the excursion traveling that I did over there. And also, I was able to read or in original languages authors, in Russian authors, and that is a great experience. But on the other hand, I could say that there are no illusions of Russia. I've never had such illusions. As students of studying international law, I went to Sweden in a human rights organization to do a traineeship there in 2010, when there was a wide, extensive conference, and I had the responsibility of the conference, and we had invited sort of human rights fighters, NGO representatives from Russia to the seminar, and they already then explained to us about the Russian regimes and its view to dissidents and to human rights and civil society. So when think of Russian politics, my approach has been similar what Pekka just explained here. So I've seen more things through NGOs and civil society. Thank you for that. And now we have seen sort of first round of questions to warm up the session. And my interpretation of everything here is that we all, after all, have been living throughout times where here in Finland, if you think of the official speeches, there is a lot of good relationship with the neighbor being defined, and this society as well. If you think of the society or history of the society, there have been a lot of speakers, contributions on analyzing the relationship, and it has been the past paradigm that has been the starting point. But we are now heading into something, and we have now had this opening of our voices, but now we're heading towards the reality. And my hypothesis here is, and I want to have serious discussion on this, it is, and it's not just my hypothesis, it's actually something that was given also out by the contribution of our president in the ambassador days. I think we're going to face a huge shift of paradigm when we're thinking of our relationship with Russia. We know, as neighbors, a lot of Russia. We know a lot about it. But do we still have a common understanding of it? And how important is this thing, thinking of the whole society and its future development, as long as we can give any forecasts on the future? And if the application for NATO membership, as I hope will be approved and adopted, what will that mean for our line of thinking considering Russia, and also as in the shift of paradigm, as I just mentioned? Who wants to start the game?
Minister Haavisto, a few words about the way of thinking. One trend that does exist in the discussion is to think who was right and who was wrong. Who evaluated the situation realistically and who didn't. And personally, I always think about history that from point A to point B and C, there are many different options, optional routes, and we cannot guess or foresee. For example, the Russian development, when there was this stagnating Brezhnev situation, there were few researchers who said that that's going to break down. It sounded like Soviet Union was going to break down, a very brave thought. Some did exist, and it did happen in the end. So now we're talking about, the time after Putin. If power. There's a power switch. Some people wish for it. So is there going to be Putin number two? Is there going to be something even worse, some kind of military dictatorship? Or could there be something more democratic than we have now? So we have to sort of prepare for all of these different scenarios. What could they mean for Finland? But one approach, which is the European security, which doesn't only imply the security on the border between Finland and Russia. Finland was invited to the security organization in Europe in 1973. Now the European security structures have collapsed after the Russia attack in Ukraine. We no longer have a functioning system to prevent violence in Europe. UN didn't have enough power to do it. The safety organization, security organization in Europe didn't have enough power. So our experiences of this situation are carried over to the future. Russia has spoken about itself for a long time, presented different models, but now they're moving in a completely different direction. And if we want to live in peace in Europe, we need mechanisms to upkeep peace in the future. This is a huge challenge. Right now, of course, everything we do is focused on supporting Ukraine and trying to ensure their survival from this situation and hopefully being able to retain their borders. But after that comes the question of European security, which is a common question. Lee? Yes, being wise afterwards is not always very smart in terms of intelligence. I agree with Pekka on that, but something we need to consider here in Finland. I don't feel in Finland we were interested enough in the cruelty of Putin's regime when the cruelty was targeted at Russian minorities, for example, on Russian citizens. Those were all signs of the type of regime that Putin's regime is. It's an authoritarian regime. And we didn't take this seriously enough here in Finland or elsewhere. We thought it shouldn't be part of our good neighbor relationships to discuss these topics. Then what comes to the future? As Pekka said, that question is difficult to answer. What could come in place of what was there before? Everything looks very foggy at the moment. What is easy to say is that what Finland will receive instead is the relationships with other Nordic countries, NATO membership. So what comes instead is the focus is moving to Western cooperation and new cooperations within the framework of NATO and Europe. And then in our relationship to Russia, what will come instead in place of the old? After having said, for example, that in relation to Russia, we have always assumed that new generations are rising and things will change. But there has never been democracy, not in the Tsar regime, not during Soviet Union, and not during Putin. So this describes the magnitude of the change in that country, because there are no existing structures that you can build an independent media on and a citizen society. All of these things that should be part of a change in politics. Necessary things must be taken care of in the future as well. And personally, I hope that also cooperation in the sectors of climate and environment is going to be part of. We cannot wait forever with those issues. And otherwise, I don't know if we can do anything else except try and support those who work for democracy in that country, remembering that our tools are very limited for that work from over here. René Nyberg, I'll continue the key word with Russia is rule of law. Democracy as a concept is not usable when we talk about Russia. In mid-2000s, a man called Surkov, who is now in the sidelines, he's no longer in the center, he was developing democracy, some kind of... It's an empty concept when you are in a country that doesn't obey the rule of law. So my quick response is that what has been important is our strong relationship with the United States of America. In the Prime Minister panel before, US was mentioned only twice. Nobody has been supporting the Ukraine in the same way as the US in a military sense. But the reaction to what has happened in Ukraine, some people are disappointed and others are surprised. So I'm myself one of those who were surprised. I didn't believe that the war was going to come, and I thought it's going to be a small victorious war and the boys will be home by Christmas. So if war comes, I knew it was going to be a bloodbath. And it did happen. Russia started the war without the commander of chief, without listening to their own economist. They started a war and underestimated, of course, the opponent, and also underestimated Western world's reaction to the war. But they started the war without understanding that the whole industry and the military of Russia is totally dependent on the West, without understanding how deeply Russia during the last 30 years has been integrated into the world economy. All the fine missiles that are presented, strategic nuclear missiles and so forth, all their tanks and so on, they all function with components that come from Taiwan or from Europe or from the US. So this is the biggest surprise, I have to say. And another is, of course, the weakness of Russia's military and the weakness of their cyber attacks, for example. Disappointment is, of course, a natural reaction, because interaction with Russia since the breakdown of the Soviet Union has been very natural. It has been very profitable in economic terms. And alone the fact that the border opened up in the early 90s was a huge shift to the status during the Soviet Union. Closed border is an anomaly, and opening up that border was significant. The most significant single fact that created a positive image in the Russians regarding Finland was their personal experience through travels. In the party chairman panel before, Germany received quite harsh criticism, but the truth is that we thought exactly the same way as German. We started with Wandel durch Handel, change through business relations, that we have an opportunity to impact Russia's development into a positive direction towards us. I would defend Germany because what they were thinking about was the historic truths that they were able to make with France after the war without forgetting Poland. It was an enormously difficult mission, but they succeeded in achieving peace. Germany's line was different to ours in 2 points. We have a different history, and we have, secondly, a strong continuing military army tradition. We were able to block the Red Army without forgetting Germany's part in it. And our relationship with the military is natural, whereas in Germany these things are totally different. And we have to understand that this is one of the main differences between Finland and Germany. Otherwise, we agreed on many of the points. I'd like to comment on this concept of sovereign democracy. What Minister Andersson pointed to was that Russia has always had the same political tradition. Power goes from up to down, from top to down. The Tsar received his power from God, and now this tradition has been continued, this vertical power. I'd like to remind you, since we're in Turku, that when the Turku University was established, there's a great book by Professor Soikkanen, where people went to Russia for models how to establish a university, and it was a very close call. It was almost established a emperor's university, but that didn't happen. Instead, the university was established for the citizens. This sovereign democracy is an interpretation of Russia not respecting international legislation over their own legislation. So their own legislation, national legislation, is number one, is the priority. Then, if we talk about this further, what we have analyzed so far, what type of competence can you imagine we as Finns can give to our European friends and colleagues within the NATO and the European Union regarding our information and understanding of Russia? What type of competences, abilities do we bring to the table? Minister Haavisto. I remember in the Foreign Policy Committee of the Parliament, back in the day we were discussing, is Russia always the same? Is it eternally the same? And personally, I object this kind of thinking. We have many Finnish proverbs that describe this phenomenon, but it somehow blocks the possibility of development. And big powers, China, US, Russia, how they behave, they may feel sovereign, very but thinking of the things that were said here about how the NGOs and the normal people think, changes have happened. And when you look at history, I feel that Russia does move, it does change. It goes back, it goes forward, then it goes back again. So when we consider our defense and how we have prepared ourselves, now we hear criticisms regarding the fact that we decrease the budget for defense. I think Albania was the only country who didn't do that after the Cold War. Should we it wouldn't have made any sense for Finland to keep preparing when everyone else felt times had changed. It was completely logical that the focus turned to something else. And then when threats arise again, we have to look at things anew. Since the 1990s, we hold on to our NATO option, and the thought behind that was that if our security environment changes, we will consider joining NATO. It did change, and we used this opportunity, and we even got the Swedes to join, even though they have never spoken about NATO option. I feel this means we are moving in with the times and we react to arising threats. But I agree with Li Andersson that we didn't pay attention to the situation of minorities in Russia and the normal people? Did we react, for example, correctly to the 2014 Crimea situation? It was a difficult situation in Europe. How many sanctions do we impose and so forth? And the climate discussion, for example, in Russia, they have only in the last couple of years become to the conclusion that it's not something useful for Russia. No, ice is melting in Siberia and pipes are breaking, and they have, the politicians have had a hard job convincing the leaders that climate change is real. So they have even had to dig up their nuclear waste that they have dumped in certain areas and so forth. So it's a big question. How do we deal with these things that are directly linked to our security?
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Yes, interesting reflections from you, Pekka. And I'm a bit more, or you are more optimistic than I am about the determinist notion. How to handle Russia has always been the same. Will it always be the same? But of course, it is important for us to keep our faith and believe in those stakeholders who try to get the change in place over there. But I have to understand also what is the difference between our societies and also what we have used to say here or elsewhere in Europe, because that gives us answers. It gives answers to these questions. Why Russia is doing what it is doing? What is the opinion of the Russians themselves over these matters? So all of the essential rule of law, democracy features that are lacking over there that also affect the people's own views and attitudes. I remember an elderly gentleman in the Tver University. I think he has been spending his whole life at the university teaching Russian language for foreign students. Throughout different regimes. And when we were about 20 years old, Finns asking him questions. I can't remember what it was about opposition we asked him. And he just replied to me, "You must understand, this is such a big country, 144 million inhabitants. You can't rule this with democracy." That was his approach. So how about the history? And these long continuing top-down regimes, how has that affected people's mindset and the spirit and belief in the opportunities for the people to change things? It is important for us to understand this side of things as we talk about Russia here. Then the question about competencies. What is the competence Finland is bringing into this? I have sort of conflictuous ideas on this. I don't know if I don't think Finns are really especially good experts in Russian questions. I don't think that we could all say that we know something about Russia contrary to stakeholders in other countries. I'm sure, well, you mentioned Germany. And there's a lot of competence and also experience and sort of a deep-rooted knowledge of the society and history and language of Russia over there. But what Finns have experience of are practical dealings, like everyday life things, dealings with the Russians. Think about our cooperation between the cities or at the border area. There's a long-term thing going on of dealings on both sides, and we will need that interaction in the future as well at a certain point. I want to go back to climate questions and environmental questions and security-related questions as well. There, this very pragmatical approach and some sort of relationship of cooperation is needed before the regime changes or politics change to a different format over there. And then René Nyberg. I'm very happy that we have a minister who is speaking Russian in the Finnish government. And I still consider that democracy is a bit fluffy when we talk about Russia. And therefore, I always talk about rule of law. Rule of law is quite straightforward notion. So it means that we all have the same value in front of law, and has not been the case for Russia and never has been. Therefore, I don't like this pessimism, optimism axis. I don't think that we can really speak about today's Russia and what is coming up over there with these notions. When there's a change of regime, I think history is the only thing we can rely on, because when there's change of regime, it never takes in Russia as a small thing and a puff. If you think of the dissolution of the Soviet Union, it was a total exception to the rule, but it's not an exception after all, because it was a different thing. And there was bloodshed. And now it is Russia's invasion to Ukraine that is, after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the last phenomenon so far of this dissolution of the Soviet Union. So you don't leave Kremlin, you don't retire from Kremlin, you don't move over to some pleasant other status like ambassador going globally. No, only feet first is the exit. So therefore the big question is, what will happen? And we don't know what will happen. It is clear that Ukraine will never surrender, but at the same time it is clear that Putin will not change his opinion. I was reading and actually remembering things. I was talking to Professor Kimmo Rentola. He has a book called Stalin and Finnish Faith, a quote from Stalin, and there was British Foreign Minister Anthony Eden who had discussions in Moscow during the war, and Stalin was like Stalin is in a very brief way, saying that Hitler is a genius, but he doesn't know when to stop. And then Eden asked him, who knows when to stop? And Stalin answered, I know when to stop. So when the Winter War in Finland was there, Stalin understood. He stopped the blockage of Western Berlin after the USA had the breakthrough to air bridge. And Khrushchev, also backed from Cuba, also from Berlin before that. So for me, I think of Charles XII, who is the example of an individual who did not know when to stop. Even after Poltava, Great Britain offered to Carolus a deal for peace, making and negotiations, but he did not listen to that. I was not ready to do that. So I'm very much afraid that we are now facing a situation where Putin is not knowing when to stop. He doesn't know when to stop. And stopping, so as such, is very close to his end as well. So therefore, I'm very much afraid that this war will have to be solved through fighting in the fields. So it's not going to be end tomorrow. So we have very dangerous things here. What about the Russian situation? We don't know. Change of regime in Russia will be a very radical measure. And there is this famous Pushkin sentence that refers to the fact that revolutions, he doesn't use the word revolution, but the revolts in Russia have always been crazy, and it's all about cruelty, and crazy and cruel. Bezmlati igra bezmlati I bezmlati. Thank you. And I think here in the research of Finnish political history, and also more widely in the Western research on the Soviet Union's internal development, we have a handicap. We have a shortcoming there, and that is Otto Ville Kuusinen. So Mr. Kuusinen's role as somebody who betrayed his home fatherland has been also having the meaning, or seeing the meaning he had for the Soviet Union after the Second World War. And he has also a student, Yulia Andropov, who was in the Karelian region for 10 years. With him, they had interactions for years. And one can say that the current Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin is representing the same type of development, even though there are perhaps some twists and turns there. But still, I would say this is a continuing of that line. I think what is important here, I will actually not justify myself any further than that, but I just want to say that we really don't know the internal policy logistics or logical thinking inside Russia. But I quite often agree with Ambassador René Nyberg that the current situation is sort of bloodshed, yes, after the crashing down of the Soviet Union. And this is what we are doing. We are washing the laundry of that era. Let's now enter the last topic. I hope we have the time for this. in our discussions. I took the freedom to exceed the time that was given to us. And the third theme is Russia. What do you think panelists think, or we think? What is the direction of Russia in the future? And what type of Russia will there be if we think, so say according to constitutional Russia, and there would be the same type of elections, there will be presidential elections taking place, and what Ambassador Nyberg said would not take place, so that there would be something like before. But let's imagine that what will happen is that there will be normal process in place. So what do you think of that? What type of Russia will we have as a neighboring country for the next 7 years? Saudi Arabia. Well, if you allow me, I can start. Perhaps one thing that has been so far, something that we're able to see with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, is that it does have and enjoys some sort of support from the nations, the population. Also, discussion of visas is involved here. First, we want to impact the leaders of Russia, and then somebody said, no, we have to change the leadership in Russia. Now they want to have an impact on the population of Russia because they are thinking in a certain way. They show their support to the war. And when asked how much of consequences are we ready to suffer, so that's an interesting question. In particular in economy, and GDP drop is like 50% in 1990s, and today we have few percentages only. So we are not yet in that type of rough times economically speaking. Perhaps it could be coming up, facing the same as in 1990s, but Russians' capability to, well, have their jams in the cellars, so to say, prepare themselves to be self-sufficient in certain things that exists. People remember these shortages they felt, and it was quite close by in the past, if you think of the Russian history. Whether there will be, again, a reaction, what we saw with the Chechen war, Afghanistan as well. So it was the, well, mothers' movement. They want to get their sons back from the front. It was a huge social movement in Russia that did change the course of war. There was a national protest by civil society, so movement of the civil society. There may be that as again, and perhaps that has an impact on the Russian direction and its future development. But currently, I feel the situation is very, very unknown. And I think of the Crimean situation. So there were certain feelings Russians had. I remember the breakdown of the Soviet Union. There were people in St. Petersburg, Moscow, who had democratic thoughts. Okay, let's lose Baltic states. Whenever it was ours in the first place, and let's lose that. But it was our Crimea, ours, and therefore it's deep in the national sensation and feelings. So these national feelings are now being played with a lot in current times. And playing around with these feelings is something that is producing results to Russia. But perhaps I can't say anything else. Just perhaps one European discussion item, because here we are in a twisting turn with the current regime, because we have very strong proposals, the Baltic states, Poland, about closing the borders, but then not only Germany, but also Italy or Spain or France. They have a mainstream which is still having the line of thoughts that at some point we have normalized our cooperation with them. But I agree with René to a large extent that it's very hard now to see any exit from this conflict. It has been interesting to talk with people who try to get peace, and now the concept of peace is very tricky in this current situation, but I've been talking to Prime Minister Çavuşoğlu from Turkey on the grain negotiations in Istanbul, and what they tried to do last spring, they tried to reach out to Moscow and Kiev to get around the same table. I talked with the International Red Cross that is talking to the parties, and unfortunately on sad topics like prisons and war crimes, so very sad topics are related to wars, but these are very few things that currently could find solutions. So I thought myself that there could be this long-term perhaps lower level conflict, like if you had a frozen conflict, there's still violence for years. That is one possibility. Another possibility is there will be like Golan Hill solution, that you have ceasefire but no peace. You have no peace negotiations, but in an optimistic way you could think that eventually there will be negotiations for peace and Ukrainian demands would be met. And Russia would be in such weaker position that when you have demands, stop the war and withdraw, will do that of the areas they have invaded. So these options are out there. We have to reflect these, but the most likely perhaps is this long-term conflict or perhaps a frozen conflict that may last for years. Thank you, then, René. I will continue from his last point. I think there are two examples here where Moscow has been listening. The first was the grain export, and there the UN Secretary and Turkey played a major role. That is the only thing where Putin did have some flexibility. And then the other one, concession, was the nuclear power station. So therefore, one can see that there well, it's crazy what they're doing with the nuclear power there, but thinking further, think of Russia, what it be maybe one day. I have one point which I would say I will hold on to, and I find it positive, and it's that Russia is a market economy. Keep that in mind. The market economy and transition towards it in Estonia, Poland, let alone East Germany, was so much different from the one in Russia. And transfer to market economy and to transition was a rough one. Everything involving that, even notions like private property in the Soviet Union era did not exist. It was just, for you. And you can't even explain this in Finnish. So private property is something what we have. And then, but there's personal property. It meant that you have your clothes. You were able to perhaps have a dacha. Perhaps you had a Lada, a Moscow as the car. That was also personal property. But then private property, that you could be the owner of something was unknown as concept. So therefore, now the market economy transition took place. And also about Putin's Russia, I have to say that Putin's Russia does not have any voodoo economists, any of these cheaters who would have any say in the country. Quite the contrary, the whole elite, economic elite that was shifted to the side by Putin when he decided to go to war because he was not listening to them, were having Western education, high quality, Verena Bulna being the most known of these individuals, president of the Central Bank of Russia. And so this is the infrastructure that will never disappear. Therefore, something might become of Russia because of that. But I'm so much afraid that this war will not end in a frozen peace, but there will be a war until the end, and that will cause huge turmoil, and we shall feel it as well. There will be this, and I will actually correct me. Pushkin quotation was wrong what I said earlier. So revolts, it's crazy and merciful without mercy. Quotation there. And Mr. Anderson, I will not repeat the points that were made by others, but very briefly to answer the question is that I don't know, but I tried to say something else as well. If we would now review the internal situation of Russia after the beginning of this invasion and war, all important things for us, like civic society and NGO's role, everything has been now to the worse. The direction is really bad. But the remaining independent media have been forced to cut down operations or freeze the operations. There's now stricter legislation in place on what you can say aloud. And the latest things were if you ever criticize Putin, known individuals out there are now being captivated, they're imprisoned. So still, I feel it is important for us to remember what are the ways and means we have in order to support the dissidents over there and all the stakeholders. We have to use these means that we have. So we have the visa discussion, and I think you cannot forget this point. All young dissidents or media stakeholders over there. They have been using tourist visas in order to move about towards Europe, to meet Europeans, in order to go back to Russia as well, because we want them to have the opportunity to go back there. So it will not happen that everybody are forced to flee away and then move over to Western countries permanently. But they could be actually over there working and changing the society. Another dimension that we cannot forget in Europe is what is happening outside Europe. Russia and China have tried to use their influence and increase their influence on the African continent a lot. And there was indeed a discussion and people wondering why multiple African countries have not taken a strong position on the Ukrainian war. But there is ongoing, sort of between the regimes and values, a fight that is going on with, and it's been used, money is being used, promises are being used, investments are being used, and Europe should be interested in all this. That's my opinion. We have to think, what can Europe offer? What is the role of Europe? If in many countries they've considered Europe, all Western countries, like you have dual morals rules in place, but how can we build a relationship outside Europe towards these countries on equal footing, based on partnership, where we can at the same time stop the influence of Russia and their mindset as well being spreading around to new continents around the world. This is very important today. In particular, if you think if ever as a consequence of the war there will be famine in different countries or global supply of food will be weaker in the future. And therefore, one has to see, are we ready to do things? Do we have global solidarity? Do we have the political will of helping out people and countries who will need help? Very briefly, René, very interesting and quite surprising that Russia has not closed its borders. I would say that the press, like fleeing the country in panic because people presume that they will close the borders. That was the first point. Second point, it is amazing what has been the grip of Russia in their propaganda in the African language or countries of English language and French. You don't want to see that propaganda over there. That's still amazing. But if Germany is now withdrawing from Mali, all Germans sent over the soldiers, I'm sure they studied French in order to cope in Mali. So why now France has lost its grip over these countries? And now you have Russian mercenaries over there. Thank you. Very briefly, a comment from me. I think Putin has a very strong grip over its own home front. And I don't believe in theory of oligarchs myself, because in Russia you don't have a rule of law in place. So therefore corruption that really is thoroughly shaking the regime in Russia and also private households. There is this arbitrary police system in place and it's not rule of law in place. Thus, the social system and order of Russian society, according to our standard, is really, we all agree, it is cruel and it is totally under non-controlled, or if it's controlled, it's top down. We have a short moment still, and I would like to give the floor for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. So organizers will give you a microphone. Okay, the microphone is front here. Okay, so Alpo Juntunen, who is in the Passenger Society. Alpo, could you please go to the front and use the microphone? And please, very concise question, not a lecture, please, and also answers will be compact. The military side of Russia, and it has always been a great power, which is a military power. You did not talk about that at all here. So, René, do you have something to say about that? I did say that it was amazing that Russia has armed forces and the cyber operations are effortless. And I said that. So in other words, the money was being used as stole. Well, they used the money elsewhere. They used strategic nuclear weapons, but the actual armed forces have not been taken care of. I agree with you. This is amazing. Astonishing. And then, in front row, please. Introduce yourself, please. Hello, I'm Maija Kulonen. and delegate from the Youth for Climate. And yes, priority is to get peace after the awful invasion and war from Russia against Ukraine. But as Minister Anders said, climate work. Climate is one of the biggest crises through the modern times. It is important for us to get this big polluter, Russia, into the cooperation between researchers and climate, into the permafrost melting in Siberia, which is ongoing. So what about you? How do you see the future from this perspective? And about the continuing of the work cross-border? Thank you. Thank you, Pekka Haavisto, Minister. Yes, the permafrost melting question. It was this phenomenon of climate change that did wake up the Russians. It was really, well, through economy first, because gas pipes, oil pipes are collapsing because there's no foundation is anymore for this pipeline. So therefore, the structure is going down because of climate change. Then it became a reality for them as well. There is a climate change. And I said that about 18 months ago when I met Foreign Minister Lavrov in St. Petersburg, he used a lot of time to talk about climate change. He explained that political decision-makers have tried to impact the researchers. And I don't think that it's good for Russia to have climate change. But then finally there was a catastrophe with the oil pipelines. And then they had this wake-up call. And under all conditions, we must do something with Russia in the future in climate questions. Yes, you cannot leave the question to them and they will just ponder about this question. And of course, the time, and we are now more dependent on fossil fuels, so we have to have some plan B. So coal is reduced in Western countries, so this is very difficult. We need to have a quick green transition in place, and no matter what is the future regime in Russia, environmental questions have to be on the agenda also from us. Thank you. And we all can see, and the panel see, the time is now pressing us. We have 50 seconds to conclude with. Perhaps Snubeck could start the conclusions. We have 50 seconds. I don't see any light at the end of the tunnel, and I think we must be prepared that this war will continue. We must be prepared that one day, when the outcome of the war starts to trample down the regime in Russia, there might be very quick movements taking place in Russia, and I'm afraid that it is not peaceful demonstrations that we will see. I'm afraid that we'll see some bloodshed in Russia. And Prime Minister Haavisto? We have nothing to talk about chemical weapons or nuclear weapons, but if we think of the Finnish membership in NATO, there's one thought in my mind, that there are threats that we can combat ourselves, and we have the means of doing that. But when we talk about very dangerous global armament threats, such as nuclear weapons, chemical weapons, in that case, it's very good to have allies with forces who have the tools in place in different occasions. So I would say that's the most impressive scenario. But if I want to end with something optimistic, I agree with Nyberg. Secretary General Guterres went first to Africa to deal with the grain situation, so that you sort of take down the huge concern in Africa, and hopefully they will now judge more what Russia is doing in Ukraine, and after that we'll focus on the worst environmental problems like Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station, and thus we try to build a minimum level of trust in the situation. If you think of a peace project, what could be promoting it? I would say the grain transport and nuclear power are those things that we must actively support. And then Ms. Anderson, please. Nothing to add to these, perhaps just a last remark that even times are sinister, we have to remember those brave people, those brave stakeholders who want to end the war, who try to really, in the midst of Putin regime, promote democracy or free press. And I think we have a responsibility over them. We need to use the tools we have in our hands to support these people. And I fully agree with you about Maya, the climate and environmental questions and cooperation there. It is a necessity. We have to be able to deal, despite the situation, these questions, because the time is on our side in these questions. We don't have the time to wait. Thank you. On my behalf, I would like to say that I am very pessimistic as well, but I would hope that here in Finland, with this new branding has been now created, we would be able to open up discussions concerning Russia here. I think it should be more diverse discussion, and I think we have to take into account the experiences we have from other European countries, in particular of Eastern European countries, which have been forced to live with the Soviet Union regime and under it. So we do have information, but then our understanding of an authoritarian, totalitarian regime, social order, which exists out there, I think we have shortcomings in our knowledge of that. And as we take into account that Russia is sliding now to the laps of China in the worst case scenario, there is another similar case out there. So therefore, we have difficult times, but we have had big decisions made this year. And the Turku Pacific Society, we want to thank you very much for organizing this discussion session, because people need information. And in this regard, Pacific Society has again proven to play a major role as one of the organizers of the Eurooppa-foorumi here. Thank you all panelists. And I want to wish for those who leave to Helsinki, have a nice return back home, and also the members of the audience. Thank you very much. We end the panel now.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
Nonni, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon, että EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tästä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
Nonni, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon, että EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tästä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
Nonni, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin.
Joo.
distinguished minister, panelist. Welcome to the Bank of Finland Monetary Policy and Research Department of Bank of Finland session that deals with the question, is the world economy divided into blocks? My name is Juha Kilponen, the head of the Bank of Finland Institute for Emerging Economies. The war started by Russia. Sanctions, supply problems caused by the pandemic and trade disputes have all recently plagued the world economy, international trade. Corona vaccines during the pandemic was started in Europe, and we had left over for the rest of the world as well. However, it's not self-evident that this current situation of free trade is going to continue as it is. The way China supports their own companies and different concerns about responsibilities have created counter-reactions in many countries. And the illegal attack of Russia to Ukraine and the sanctions against Russia have results, Russia being less integrated into the world economy and the European energy sectors, removing itself the connections to Russia. These things are risky, especially if data has to be transferred from one country to another. How much do we want to reveal of our citizens' information to giants like China? Globalization and the development of the world economy are very important to Finnish companies and, of course, to the Finnish national economy. And this is the main reason why we wanted to organize this high-level panel. As the chair of this panel, we have Ilkka Korhonen, head of the Bank of Finland Institute for Emerging Economies, BOFIT, and he will introduce the other panelists in more detail. Thank you, Juha. It's a pleasure to be here moderating this panel. We have 3 high-level panelists present. Today on my left side we have Elina Björklund, CEO of Reima Ltd. for the past 10 years, if I'm not incorrect. And Reima is a good example of a company that in both production and its sales is very international and is very agile across borders. Then we have Minister for Foreign Trade and Development, Ville Skinnari, making trade policy hands-on. I heard that you are planning many trips over the next few weeks. That's how you do trade policy, of course. And finally, Director Petri Vuorio from Confederation of Finnish Industries, responsible for trade economy, trade policy and lobbying activities. I had previously asked the panelists to consider or plan a 5-minute intervention beforehand where they sort of consider the possible division into blocks of the world economy, and that would provide us with a good starting point for a discussion. Let's start in this order that the panelists are sitting here. So Elina, go ahead. Hello, thank you. My name is Elina Björklund. Thank you for the invitation to this panel. I first wanted to talk about things from my perspective as a CEO. How do we think about the production chains and supply chains? Then I will tell you what is the actual question that really bothers me or keeps me awake at night, the main question. But let's talk about the big picture first. We can all see that 30 years the world has been opening up. We have been building the supply chains with a lot of effort. Also markets, the growing Asia, markets have come closer. I think it's self-evident that this is now a challenge for every single company. All companies, also the government, the board of the company, as well as every office room is thinking what the future will look like. I'm an optimist in that sense that I believe companies and businesses will survive. They will actually do well. Whether COVID or some other, the war in Ukraine, other challenges, logistics, freight problems, blocks in China, obstacles, the companies will survive. They will manage. But what is the question that I, myself, as a CEO, really think about? I use an analog called Monopoly. I think all of us have played that board game called Monopoly. And let's imagine we have Europe, Russia, and China and the US playing this game. And when I describe the players, you may try to guess who I'm talking about. This is what the things look like as a CEO. Player number one is very self-assured. For decades, their family has played the Monopoly. It comes through the mother's milk already. They play by the rules, but they are really looking after their own interests. And even if this player loses a round, they will always stand up. They're very flexible. They have proper resources and everything under control. Then we have player number two. Their hairdo is perfect and they have hundreds of years in the family, also played Monopoly very fluently in 5 languages. They are very proud of their civil history. And they play the game by involving everyone, because the societal system means that, you know, when everybody's involved, everybody does better. They even are helpful towards new players. And their game strategy is online, available in 5 languages. Then in one corner, we have the third player. I'm not revealing yet who's who, so I'm just talking about these by numbers. So some decades ago, the family did play Monopoly and they believe they should still be able to do it. They have their own rules, and if they get upset, they will put their fist at the table and the chips will fall where they may, and they would be interested in strategic targets. Then we have the player number 4. They are recently joined. They are the most strategic one. They have followed what's going on from the sidelines, and their family has played different board games, thousands of years, but quite complicated ones, and they have quite quickly gathered a good understanding of the game. You can only win in this game by very aggressive purchasing policy, and they know that there's only one winner in the game. And now, my question as a CEO is, in such a situation, if we think about the global trade, this is global trade. Who's going to define the rules for the next rounds? It could be that one of these players is used to playing 100%. So when there's a break in the game, somebody may go and change the spots of the chips, and that would be allowed in that framework. But one of the players may think that that is not right. But in that framework, it is allowed. So what do companies, societies, what do we do? Who defines the rules? And that is perhaps a question to the whole panel. What's going to happen? And one point that has nothing to do with Monopoly is that G7 in 2010, a portion of the gross national product was almost 70%. And now in these years, this year, it's close to 40%. And some of these players may be G7 countries and some may not be. So this is a huge question, in my opinion. Companies will do fine, but what's going to happen? Thank you. That was a great analogy that we can discuss further a little bit later. Then Minister Skinnari. Thank you. And thank you for this monopoly analogy. and describing the logics of the game in this situation. I'm not sure if I should continue with the African Star board game, where I may have to turn over some game chips with a bandit's face on it. During the pandemic, as well as Russia's attack in Ukraine, if I comment the company's perspective and then I come to my own role, because we are in the Eurooppa-foorumi here as a European trade minister, the big powers in the world, their logic at the moment doesn't start from the traditional organic entities. It starts from their own personal interests. And Elina, you described it very well. And we here in Europe who defend and believe in our values, we export them as well. If we listened at the ambassadors' day, quite a few of our speeches talked about interest value basis. How does the value base that we want to represent should be visible in the interest-based thinking, which is reality and is going to be reality? And what about authoritarian countries versus democratic countries when we talk about economy, money, food? In these countries, the elections don't often change things much. I'm not even going to give a monopoly example of these countries, but there are quite a few around the world. If you remember, in the beginning of March, at the UN, they had a vote about 141 countries against Putin's politics, but 5 countries on the other side and 35 countries withdraw their votes, did not vote against or for, and that means quite a portion basically was on Putin's side. So how do we build a new success story when geopolitically here in Finland we are pretty in the corner? We only have routes to particular directions. How do you enter Finland? How do you leave Finland, regardless of that being effective? When we talk about Europe's competitive advantage, this situation really challenges all of us ministers, us decision makers on every level, on the municipal level, and in particular the companies and businesses. In the morning, I met some key people from the European Union, and today as well, my message was that Europe has to be economically strong, if not the strongest, if we want to be strong in general and we want to be listened to. The situation here and now that's going to challenge us in the long term, I don't have to describe it, you all know it. We have to find solutions and navigate in this storm that we have, because we are not, let's be honest, we're not even in the same boat, all of us. And that challenges all of us. And it challenges the company considering investments, efforts, how to be involved in European Union and on the international level, and here how China, India, the US behaves in the Persian Gulf, for example. At the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, we're considering very carefully when the world changes geopolitically, and Finland has made historical decisions. How does all of this affect our geopolitical direction? It means that when things change, we have to change. Have we understood that quickly enough on all levels? Or do we write the next government's program with the traditional thoughts that if we do this and this and that, then perhaps something will come out of it? I claim that this is a huge transformation in thinking, and those of us who understand it are strong, will be strong, and in Finland we have to be like that in order to achieve our 2% gross national product growth, which is a necessary level for us. This is a challenge. Thank you. Thank you. That is challenge enough. In the Bank of Finland, we have tried to assess the growth potential in the long term in Finland, and we're not much above 1%. So to achieve 1 percentage point more is not easy. But last in the panel, Petri. Thank you, Chair. We've talked about very traditional board games like African Star and the Monopoly. Gimbal may also be fitting, I suppose, in these times of competition. I'm going to talk about things from that perspective. And the question whether the world is going to further divide into blocks between East and West, and my answer is yes, which raises 3 questions. First of all, are there going to be 2 or more blocks? And the second is how deep and how extensive this division into blocks is going to be. We have alliances. We have this competition going on in Africa with China, India being very active there in 5G and 6G. We have certain standards. How widely is this division going to spread in technologies, for example? And the third question is, how do we prepare ourselves? Is it dispersing of supply chains? What is the right way to react? At the center, of course, is the big powers competing against each other. At the Confederation of Finnish Industries and the Ministry for Foreign Policy, we did a review. We had 5 areas that we identified: sanctions and trade blockages. Even if these are done between other bigger countries, the ripple effects reach us here in Finland as well. Then financing, funding, investments. So China's investments may be a limiting factor when trying to go to the US market. Then standardizing. If technologies become separated and there's going to be standards of East and West, at least for the small and middle-sized companies, for them to offer 2 different products to 2 different markets it's going to be very difficult. Then what about Europe in this technological competition? If we look a few years back, the 10 biggest companies, most valuable companies, I think 3 were Chinese and 10 were American. European companies were somewhere behind, on the worst side of 30. But the game is not over. Europe's companies have strength in product development, innovation, funding. It's just a question of how to commercialize our good quality research. The US person will ask how to produce something, and the Chinese is going to ask how to copy it, and the European is going to ask how to regulate it. So there are there's bad regulation that creates bottleneck, and good regulation does the opposite. So in the internal markets, the right kind of regulation so that we can deepen our 27 internal markets towards 1 internal market, that is our trade product. Also in the world, we need to create new partnerships because we need them in this strategic autonomy. What is that? It's been discussed a lot. Is that the French model where you try to be as self-sufficient as possible and returning the supply chains, or is it this different strategic autonomy where we create trade relations and contracts to South America and India, and we widen our supply chains? We are in favor of the latter. Of course, there are other big lines of thinking. We do need in Finland to create a vision 2024. what do we expect from the next Commission into the next government's program, and we're happy to work on this together with different parties. I want to conclude by talking about possibilities, green transition, climate change. In all crises, you have opportunities, and all packages in the world concentrate on digitalization and green transition. We have good competence in both, so an opportunity like green transition perhaps arrives once in a century for our industries. This scale in Europe alone is 1,000 billion per year in order to reach the climate goals, and globally the scope is 10,000 billion. So in order to the fact that we have ambitious climate goals, how do we switch from carbon footprint to carbon handprint, and at the same time create these exports a very additional value that's meaningful to our economy? Thank you.
Thank you. There were quite a few elements in all of these contributions on trade policy, geopolitics, and even power politics. So the analogy to board games, well, I was not amused, but it did trickle my mind, and I saw that there were multiple players involved all in these games. So you all selected a game with multiple players, not like chess, where you only have 2 players. Therefore, if I sort of continue and talk further about the EU and its trade policy, what do you think? Can we have our say and influence? The European Union is an equal player with the US and China, because currently that is what we now talk about, these two. Or are we in many cases, for good reasons, sometimes more somebody who is first led by US, and then we are amongst the allies who follow up, like Australia and Japan are part of that as well. So can we generally be an autonomous player? Who wants to start? Skinner? Well, the European Union definitely has good achievements if you think of the big picture. So with trade agreements, trade policy in place, we have been active, we were able to implement things, and lately even, if the Indo-Pacific, there you have to do more, of course, but still, we have done openings, we need them further. But then there is stagnation, like with Mercosur, and also blocs like French, the France and Austria and the Netherlands here. So we need agreements. We just need to get new gear on to move on. Otherwise, production chains will not become more diverse. Otherwise, the chain values of chain will not be further taking upwards. So it is a fundamental thing for the EU. Otherwise, we'll be just standing aside and watching things like Great Britain and UK. It's very active at the moment. The US is doing its own thing, and China also their own thing. But I would draw attention to the Indo-Pacific region. Think of Australia, New Zealand. In New Zealand, they were taking steps forward. So there's Japan, Korea as well. They are working hard. But at the same time, Africa. We have Global Gateway Platform. And how can we get companies involved? We can't wait and see. My objective is that exports to Africa must be doubled. Now it is time to be on the move. You have to go to the countries. And of course, within Europe, we now have the harmony on trade policy, that it is an important topic. But what Betty said, after the Second World War, when the first coal and steel community was created, so green transition forces us all to do something, and the companies are very much involved in this, but still a bit fragmented when you think of the entities. So you need to have a systematic approach as for energy, digitalization, platforms. There, Nokia plays a key role, vertical 5G platform. So that is for the next 10 years for us to have better industrial policy in place, increase productivity in Europe and outside Europe as well. Therefore, I firmly believe that this is a good thing for us when we succeed this together. Thank you. And then well, as a company leader myself, and if I think from this perspective things, I wish that no matter what the solution is, hopefully Europe will get its act together and that there will be a clear front that is a common line. And over lunch we spoke about that, and that will sort of, when you must do something, yes, we were able to do it this time. But from the company leader perspective, in order to make sure that markets are vast and free as possible, no matter what the product or solution is, this is not the corporate approach I'm talking about. So whether it's national economy, if you think of the French model, it means that you have aids and help and you give subsidies to your own production. Well, you get more well-being the more economies are open from the corporate perspective. As I said, no matter what the approach is or where you do it. Exactly. And then Petri. Very briefly, if you think of the EU, if it's a great power, and it is in trade and development as a minister is in charge of these questions. So if you think of race in Africa, we have two big positive things. It's trade for us, and it is the development of aid and financial development that we give. I think it all stems from this. It's the internal market. We have well-functioning internal market, attractive internal market in place. That makes Europe a more attractive partner for trade negotiations. At the same time, perhaps in trade policy, it's not the best era so far, but the strategic autonomy is definitely part of it. And we see transparency and openness in decentralized supplies of chain. We have critical raw materials. We can replace the Chinese imports. India is part of the game of big powers. And it's very important having its role in the negotiations, even though it's a tricky situation. But think of the Indian situation. They have Russian power plants, Russian arms there, but still the first trade partner are Western countries, the US and the USA, the European Union. Think about China. Remember when we had the bans on exports, and by little that will mean it will take down Russian economy in the future years, and then China will export substitute technology to Russia. What happened in March? Telecom equipment from China to Russia dropped by 92% compared to February. So what was the impact? The thing was that Chinese export to Russia is about 70 billion euros per year, and to the West, the US, EU, 900 billion annually. So it is a reason. So EU is a great power of trade with huge potential. About the strategic autonomy, this is Eurooppa-foorumi. So during the French presidency, I think we were in Marseille, and there was German and French ministers. There were 3 of us actually there. It was a great occasion to talk with them. So are we protectionists, or are we for open, transparent autonomy? And my observation, and what I want to highlight here as well, is that if and when we want to have a harmony, a uniform approach here in Europe, well, France and Germany didn't find that unity, and we were drafting for hours and hours in the session, and we couldn't find the common view. But still, my point is that there is something in between. Perhaps another word, perhaps it's not strategic autonomy, perhaps the word is like resetting of globalization, revision of globalization. So the narrative would be, it's not like for or against. France has smart openings that actually serve our companies as well. And Germany has very smart line of thinking in place. So we have to find the common denominator instead on the top level to see terminology and not coming to terms of that. We can afford it in Europe. And this is what I wish from the Commission and the members of the European Commission, so that they seek solutions, and us ministers, we can close things. We don't have time to deal with terminology issues because the world is going fast forward. This is the point where I wish discussion from business life, from companies. We need solutions where there's trade and growth and jobs. And therefore, I think, yes, terminology is important, but let's get hung up to them. Exactly, short comment that. Yes, semantics, that's a different thing than terminology. But when you have sort of a train going on in the European Union, so there's locomotive with plenty of load on board, and if we just lay on the rails, and then the train will roll over. So instead of us, we need to be on board with the train, bring some element to the train that we want to see on board, as in strategic autonomy or as in trade policy and industrial policy. So it's not about against. No, we have to seek solutions. I'm sure that is the case. And of course, you can use terminology. Just say any words, autonomy, and we are open, or whatever you say. But if you now further think of the solutions and what is working, if I could ask all of you to now reflect, say one thing where globalization and integration is working well from your perspective. And if you have, let's say, 2 to 3 years sort of an outlook for that, so you are not expecting for globalization to be back down or that there's some blocks in the integration. What are the good things that we should be safeguarding? Things that are the common interest for all. So could we start with you, Sir Berkel? Yes, if I only speak from my own perspective, definitely trade. Trade, really, business is the thing. If we don't talk about technology or any strategic areas, let's talk about children's clothing. It is still a thing. So it works, things work, and of course we are not fully immune what is happening in the political arena, but still I wish, I'm an optimist myself, that at least in 3 to 5 years we will not see sort of things going on at this level, but there has to be a plan B. That I can't do anything about. There has to be one. Yes, trading in certain sectors which are non-strategically important is my answer. Right. So the COVID pandemic, trade like this showed its forces. So after spring 2020, so trade, yes. Digital platforms, yes, digital. You can reach all corners of the world, no matter if we have pandemic or not. It has really grown. But we have the data in the country. So I think somebody said about that. Data sovereignty has to be, and it's a limitation to some extent how far you can go. Consumer data is something that remains in China. Russia had its own data there, consumers. So that does give its limitation because there is no mobility for data, even though there's mobility for goods. Finland has gained great benefits of globalization and of European Union as well, and we have to be happy and proud about these benefits. But I'm sure that also the benefits is in the standards. So with standards, we've been able to scale up technology, mobile revolution being one of the examples. But electrification of the globe, electrification of traffic, these are huge in transport as well, mega trends, and we have skills in place. So globalization, climate change, Paris Agreement, nearly everything is on board. But it is a huge resource potential, and therefore we need this multipolar world. We need Europe that dares to set ambitious goals, and Finland who is setting even more ambitious goals. And with these ambitious goals, we set the example. And I believe in being smart. I believe in smart, sustainable globalization, and I'm positive about this. We just need to keep on having the strength to do it. I know we have a lot of challenges, and I think we will see a world where we are seeking and creating new different partnerships. And that is something of the era. This is the current spirit, and I'm sure that Finland has skills here as well.
Joo, tämä ilmastonmuutos.
Climate change is a topic where it's easy, well, I shouldn't say easy, but easier to find a global understanding compared to some other topics, considering what has happened this summer, not only in Europe, but also in China. Main rivers have dried up completely, which impacts business life, economic life. as well. There's not enough water to use water in, for example, nuclear power plants. They have to close them down because there's no cooling water. It's an acute issue, even though the carbon emissions in China are much larger than in Europe. 90% of the world's population are within the goals or targets of a carbon footprint. And this is climate change is the most significant challenge of humankind, and we need to and we are seeking common solutions. It's also in Finland the most significant opportunity for us to export our capability in it, our expertise. And then growth of services. The machinery industry, half of their products are services. Services in the US, Finnish exports surpassed goods for the first time. And what Elina mentioned, digitalization, data as part of global trade, even though there are challenges in the transfer of data, I do feel that this trend, the positive side of it is that it often leaves 100% value-added tax into our national, cross-national income. And like a business leader told me once, it removes some of the we are lagging behind and we are catching up due to these trends, which is significant. Health technology solutions could also be mentioned here because those have benefited for sure and will continue to benefit. That's true. And as our department director Kilponen said in the beginning, after the initial difficulties in production of vaccines, it then got going, and it has been a cross-border type of activity. At this point, I could open up the floor for the audience if there are any questions. Over there, you need to come up here and use the microphone, please. Thank you for this excellent discussion. It was really interesting what you said about internal markets and retaining the balance. There was a discussion here yesterday, which was also very interesting, regarding what type of tasks should the European Union do and what should they leave for the member countries. In the last couple of years in Europe, we've had these catastrophic economic situations, and there has been different types of solutions. Sometimes member countries have been given a lot of leeway to do their own solutions, and sometimes we've done things commonly. Yesterday, there was also a discussion around whether it's necessary to consider some sort of opening of our budget frameworks and growing EU's budget so that more things could be done commonly instead of the national level. During the pandemic, we saw, and also after it, that the large member countries were very quick and willing to use their state subsidies to support their own economies, whereas smaller countries did this less. If we allow this to continue, it will have a negative impact on the internal markets. Could our economic life, business life, consider that perhaps we should bring some things up to the European level so that we could better ensure the balance in the internal markets in the future compared to the current state? Perhaps this was a question to the Confederation of Finnish Industries, Petri. I was concerned about that when your ex-boss presents a question. It might be for me. This is an excellent question. And of course, we see now, due to the energy crisis, that when we provide national subventions and support. Union is led in a crisis situation by the large countries. We try, of course, have the voice of the smaller countries heard as well. But loosening of regulation is a big question to us and to our industry. It seems that in the industrial policy, we will move towards loosening of regulation. How do we ensure level playing field within the European Union? Small member countries will not succeed in the competition of state aid subsidies, state subsidies. And like I said, when the train is going forward, you shouldn't stay and lie down on the tracks. It rarely stops there. Yes, it's good to present the question to the Confederation of Finnish Industries instead of the Minister for Trade. Yes, this development is coming to the end. If we look at the national markets, regional subsidies, they were needed once upon a time, but what about the effectiveness? When we started preparing the package of recovery with Matti Vanhanen, we wanted to have it effect be fivefold. But when we have different instruments, the leadership is almost impossible. Then what we need is this kind of total conceptual thinking on an EU level is missing. Then you bring it to the national level, then you bring it to the regional level, you have coordinators, but no effect. This is what I mean when I say that we had to. It's not good enough to just come up with a new instrument on top of the old ones without understanding what the actual effect is going to be. And EU has to be quick in doing something about this. From Engineers Association, that's where I'm from. Regarding the supply chains, I have one particular question for Reima, how the current situation has impacted on the supply chains, and what about during Corona? I think there were some ideas about bringing production back home, closer to home, and now what about the energy crisis? The impact of that. And China, of course, is a question, and Petri Vuorio referred to China and how we see it. Thank you. Absolutely, a commitment to a bigger unit is important. The competition is not carried out here in Finland when you refer to the different instruments and so forth. So we need to look outside of Finland. Finland is like one city neighborhood somewhere in a Chinese big city. But Reima has production in China, in Asia, elsewhere as well. And the difficulty regarding inshoring is that the capacity in the 90s in the functional clothing has switched to China. We don't have factories. Well, you can put up the machines, of course, but do we have workforce who is willing and interested in doing that work? But this topic is on the table all the time, and we consider the strategies, what we can do. Then you asked about energy. The pressure comes from the foreign brands, and the government in China is for green transition, but they are very pragmatic. Then if we look at the rest of Asia, factories are more modern, and you actually see solar panels and so on. It's clearly greener than in China. But I do believe that China has to follow, but they are pragmatic. They look for the right moment, to be honest. Thank you. Now the time for our panel. is coming to an end. I'm not going to summarize this in any extensive way. All I want to say is that we have challenges. We didn't even touch upon all of them, but we all know them. But as became evident, the EU and Finland also have a lot of strengths that may, on a global level even, that may be to our benefit in the future. So the glass is half full, let's put it this way. Thank you, panelists, and have a nice weekend or continued Europe Forum.